Dignity, safety, equality in the workplace. Every member of CUNY should be aware that all forms of discrimination, bullying, harassment, victimization, violence are unacceptable. Every member of CUNY has the duty to behave in an acceptable and respectful manner. All the members are expected to treat each other with dignity, courtesy, respect to all times. We are fully committed to sustain a positive and mutual supporting working environment, free from harassment, discrimination, bullying, violence, victimization, where members can work together and collaborate and protectively together. They all members are equal value and respect. If you witness or subject of to any inappropriate behavior or violence of the policy, please contact Amy Chu, BS Cross Campus Officer. And at the bottom is her email, and it's also in the website. You can also reach out to me if any reason. Thank you. So our program, our agenda is very precise. It's breaking in different sections. So in case you have to log in, log out, you could, because your time is so precious, we wanted to make sure that, because it's from 10 to 4, and some of us have a very hectic schedule these days. So at 10 o'clock, we already did the housekeeping. At 10, we are going to work on our president for the PSC, which is James Davis. And we're gonna have a presentation of how can we achieve dignity and respect by Clara, and presentation, what is a CLT by Sharif. He is the PSCLT chapter vice chair. And then at 12 o'clock, we're gonna have a visual lunch with CLTs. And we're gonna have a question or two, and it's gonna be very informal, very relaxed. So I just wanted to share that. And then at 1 o'clock, we are going to have the panel discussions. And Jackie is going to help with that. And then at 2 o'clock, a light talk. And then at 2:45, we're going to break for rooms. Brian is right now working on the breakout rooms. And then at 3:45, call for actions. We have a question, and at 3:55, we have the closing. So as you wanted to share the program with each and one of you. And welcome those that are starting to log in. So we're going to be working James David, the PSC president. He's our new president. And then we're going to have a keynote presentation with Clara. She's going to have a really awesome presentation. And she's from Queensboro Community College. And then is what is CLT presentation with Sharif. He is the PSC CLT chapter vice chair, and he's also in Lehman College, and he's the chief in Lehman College in the chemistry department. And then, like I said, we're gonna have a break for lunch, and it's gonna be pretty informal. And a panel of discussions, how to win a big on contract demands. So we have Dean, Penny, James, Jackie, and Sharon. These are our officers. Jackie is the officer at large for the chapter, CLT chapter chair. And then the live talks and labor management collaboration is going to be a few members of faculties and CLTs and HEOs. There's Robert, Alicia, Scott, etc. The breakout rooms consists of 4 to 5 rooms. The breakout rooms is going to be, one is going to be bullying. The second is college government, health and safety, labor management meeting, and contract language. So we have quite a few questions for each group on the breakout rooms. And if you, Brian is working on that, like I said, he'll put it up in the screen, and you guys could log in, or you could rename and say which group you want to be in. So we are going to be calling for action. What is something you learned today at the end of the day? So that's exciting because we all have an opportunity to learn from each other. And this is going to be great across our campus. And then at the end, a closing remark is, who is ready to take it to the next level for professional dignity and respect? So unity in our community is to reach out to all of us as members in our union, also to make a difference in our campuses, across campuses, to our students. And here we go. So I'm going to welcome James Davis, the PSC president. Good morning, James.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Amazing. Thank you, Jeanette. It's incredible to see so many people here. We're already up to almost 50 people joining us. It's so good to see everybody's faces. I am the newly elected president of PSC. It's a privilege and an honor. Survived our first week in office, and we're eager, really eager to continue to do good work. It's an amazing agenda that you all have put together for today, and I'm looking forward to my segment later with my colleagues to talk about contract negotiations. It's so important what you all are doing for CLT Unity today, but also for Unity across the entire bargaining unit. And that's really the message that I wanted to convey in terms of my welcome. The CLT chapter is a strong chapter with great leadership, and I want to really thank Jeanette and Sharif and Louisa and Amy and everyone else who put today's program together. Obviously Jackie, who I've worked with closely on the executive council, and Brian, who does amazing work from our professional staff to support CLTs. You know, the segments in today's lineup are going to be really important. I want to just begin by saying, in terms of the transition within the PSC, you know, I think we have 3 out of 4 new officers. We have almost half new executive council. And one sensibility that I know really unites us is that all the work that gets done in our workplace at CUNY is important. Academia is a really hierarchical ecosystem in which to work. And one of the things that a strong, solid union can do is to begin to address those hierarchies and to value the work that everyone contributes, to value the work that we all do to support student success equally, whether you're a distinguished professor, whether you're a full professor, whether you're adjunct faculty, whether you work in the registrar's office, whether you set up biology labs, whether you deal with recording equipment in the film department. It's all equally valuable. So that's part, I think, of any kind of message of unity. And I want, if you'll bear with me, I want to share my screen and show you briefly my own story to figuring out some of these lessons that I know you all know very well already. So I'm going to share. Can you all see my picture of Ed? So some of you already know Ed Coppola, who's my colleague at Brooklyn College in the art department. My story of improving, I'll put it that way, improving my own personal consciousness and awareness of how vital CLTs are to the work that we do at the university came about because my chapter engaged in a cross-title solidarity campaign when we were beginning the contract campaign last time around. And I just happened to be matched up with Ed, who, as I said, works in our art department. And Ed and I would walk the campus once every week or two, and we would conduct office visits. And it was important for me as a faculty member, first of all, because I didn't know that much about what CLTs did. And one of the reasons I didn't know was because I'm in an English department and we don't have any college lab technicians in my department. It was very important for me not only to learn from Ed about the range of things that college lab techs do in the university, but also for us to partner up in a campaign and to walk and conduct office visits with people in all different job titles. So we were speaking as a team to other college lab technicians in the art department, in the film department, in the biology department, chemistry, etc. But we were also talking to folks in other job titles across our campus. So we were doing a kind of wall-to-wall exercise where we were educating one another and agitating one another towards action. As you can see in the photograph here, one of the things that Ed was demonstrating to me very vividly has to do with, relates to where we are today and why we need each other, right? So clearly, in the immediate term, which has to do with health and safety. So Ed's showing me the filter on the ventilation system in his office, and he's demonstrating what that particular filter is catching. And so this is, and I'll stop screen sharing and I'll wind up. But this is another front on which it's so important for us to understand how our professional staff colleagues, HEOs as well, CLTs especially, are on the front lines when it comes to return to work questions. So I know that, what will emerge in the course of discussion today is a much more detailed and nuanced and substantive understanding of the range of contributions that college lab technicians make to the university. But what will also emerge is the way that we can, through the unity that we achieve through exercises like today, emerge with a stronger fight, a stronger struggle across the PSC around campaigns like health and safety that we're really facing this summer, where folks who are returning can help inform and help us wage a campaign that's really going to keep everybody safe going forward. So I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak with you, not just in my welcoming remarks, but also later today. Thank everyone who contributed again to the program. Really looking forward to building together with you all. So thank you, and have a really, really good discussion today.
Thank you, James. So our next presenter is going to be, our speaker is Clara. She is from Queensborough Community College, and she's going to do the keynote presentation. How can we achieve dignity and respect? So Brian, are you ready? Thank you. Are you ready, Clara?
Hi, everyone. I want to continue with our goal of building community across our campuses. And one of the ways of doing this is by achieving dignity and respect. So what is dignity? Respect, privacy, autonomy, self-worth. We respect differences, kindness, compassion. And what is respect? It's a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something, elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. There's a consideration for other people's feelings, not to put other people down for making a mistake, not to criticize, but to be honest, straightforward with your staff, and not to judge other people's opinions. So there's a spectrum of disrespect. And we can think back to our jobs and our workplaces. When people don't listen, when they undermine others, we don't greet others when they come in, we exclude others and sabotage others. When there's favoritism, shaming, humiliation, refusal to acknowledge the contributions of others, failure to support others, making faces. This sort of gets on the border of bullying. So this is how we recognize. The first thing is to recognize that there is disrespect. Inappropriate comments, sexual innuendos, hostile notes, verbal abuse, inappropriate touching, requesting sexual favors, sexual assault. I am sure that all of us have seen some of these items in our workplaces. And we're here to talk about that and hopefully change the culture of how we work. So if people respect you, then you respect them back. And if they disrespect you, you want to try to respect them back and tell them. You want to show appreciation, recognition, support. And in this way, we build our community across our campuses. So we just mentioned, before you respect others, you need to learn to respect ourselves. So what do? We accept ourselves. We accept our emotions. We honor our skills. We accept our beliefs and abilities. We accept our challenges and our bodies. And this is what we do when we learn to respect ourselves. And when we respect others, we help others, we care for them. We recognize differences, and we're kind and considerate in our communication. We listen carefully. We use proper manners, polite language. And like this, when we build a community of dignity and respect, we start with ourselves. And through ourselves, we build relationships. Once we build relationships, our community grows. And when our community grows, the society benefits as well. So let's start with a community agreement. Let's tell ourselves that we're going to treat people with kindness and respect and compassion. We're not going to make assumptions about people, and we're going to recognize diversity. And whatever a person decides, we will respect that. We'll uphold individuals' human rights. We'll have a zero tolerance for all forms of abuse. We'll support people with the same respect and compassion that we want to give for ourselves. And we'll listen. We'll support others to express their needs and wants without judgment. We'll respect an individual's rights to privacy. We'll ensure that an individual can complain without fear of retribution. We need to stand up so that we can have honest forms of communication. And we're going to assist people to maintain confidence, because in this way, we grow our confidence and our self-esteem. So let's talk about the 8 standards of dignity and respect. There's honesty, there's kindness, compassion, courtesy, understanding, confidentiality, privacy, and communication. And why do we have these standards of dignity and respect? Because people feel the need to be respected. People would rather be asked than told. People have a desire to know why. People prefer to have options over threats. We want to have a second chance. We want dignity and respect. So let's take a poll and see how everyone feels about this. Okay, the first question, just a few questions, about 3 questions. Does the staff treat you with care, compassion, kindness, dignity, and respect? And I think Brian will help me with the poll. And the question is always, never, rarely, sometimes.
So yeah, I'll launch the poll in just a second. So everybody should see the question pop up on their screen, and then just select and submit your response. We'll give about 30 seconds for each question as we go through them, and we'll share the results.
And this is great. We see 30% always. That's wonderful. It's great to see 0% never. 12% rarely. That's unfortunate. 60% sometimes. And that's why we're here, so that we can learn about dignity and respect. Let's go to the next slide. The next slide, do your department faculty treat you with care, compassion, kindness, dignity, and respect? Always, never, rarely, sometimes, doesn't apply. And we see again, always. That's 20%, never, 0%, rarely, 17%, unfortunately. Sometimes 61%, and doesn't apply. I guess it doesn't apply if we're not dealing with department faculty. But again, it's sometimes. What we need to do is learn about dignity and respect and teach others about dignity and respect. And so that we build a community like this. Let's look at one more question. Is your department responsive to your needs? Always, never, rarely, sometimes. And again, we see that sometimes is the majority. We have 22% always, 3% never, 13% rarely, 58% sometimes. And it's for those rarelys that I feel very bad about. Okay, I'm probably one of them as well. Okay, and it's unfortunate that we need to learn and say to ourselves, we're going to treat each other with dignity and respect, and keep on telling ourselves that. Oh, question 4. Does your department encourage learning and innovation, an open and fair culture, which is characteristic of effective management and leadership? Always, never, rarely, sometimes. It can refer to the department chair. Yes. Always, that's wonderful. 34%, never. 13%, rarely. 12%, sometimes. 37%. Always and sometimes seem pretty close. That's great. So the purpose of that poll is to be aware of our feelings and what's around us. And to have the need and the desire to bring our community together by treating others with dignity and respect. Because if we make the time in our communities to be dignified and respectful, we'll have benefits. And if we show benefits, we'll find time. If we make the effort to be dignified and respectful, we'll feel empowered. I feel great today that I did that. If we feel empowered, then I feel good about myself and I'll make the effort. If I trust my environment and my community, I'll feel a sense of security. And when I feel a sense of security, I trust. And I feel that I can treat others better with dignity and respect. When I'm productive, I feel that I have the qualifications to do what I need to do. So I treat others with dignity and respect. And it goes back the other way around. If I have the qualifications, I can be productive. And when I feel loyal to others, well, I treat others in a loyal manner with dignity and respect, I'm satisfied. I'm happy about my community, because when I'm happy about my community, I have a loyalty to them. I make sacrifices when I feel dignified and I respect others, because then I know I can achieve promotion and people can make sacrifices for me as well. And when I get promotion, I feel empowered and I feel satisfied and I can make sacrifices for others. And when I do my service that's expected, I feel dignified and respectful. And so this really helps me to build my community through my workplaces, my union, students, colleagues, and everyone who's around me. So in order to respect our staff dignity, it's a responsibility of our employer to have a safe and healthy work environment. We need to provide training for our staff if needed, to provide incentives to our staff. And that could be vacation time, financial incentives. We want to provide effective facilities. We want to feel good about our environment. We need to allow for a culture of trust. So what we want to do is to encourage dignity and respect in the workplace. We want to make sure that our job descriptions and our responsibilities for our staff, supervisors, and managers are clear. I'm sure we've all been in a situation where we don't know what our job descriptions are. And we're given assignments that may not even be on our job descriptions. So this is important. We want to raise awareness for the process that deals with workplace bullying. So managers and supervisors will be aware of such instances and will be treating their colleagues with dignity and respect. We want to raise awareness for the process that prevents harassment and other workplace abuses. So managers and supervisors will know what to do when this occurs. We need to enforce a code of conduct, like a community agreement with clear guidelines that are acceptable and unacceptable. So we know what's correct in terms of dignity and respect. And it's not a question of correct versus incorrect. It's a question of treating our colleagues with dignity, respect, with loyalty and understanding and compassion. And so this way we build respect and dignity in our environments. And this way we develop community norms and practices. What does a respectful workplace look like? I just saw in the, I'm not looking at the chat, but I just noticed in the chat that perhaps CUNY is not set up for this. Let me just take a look. But we'll work on it because we want to be treated the same way with dignity and respect. We want to be heard and we want to express ourselves so that there's no judgment that's enforced. So we'll work on it. If CUNY is not set up, we'll work on it. We want management to be supportive. We need to speak up and talk about it. We want them to be approachable and regularly meet with staff in their departments, because a culture of active support for training and professional development, that's what we'll have. We'll have acknowledgement and recognition for good work by staff and constructive relationships amongst our colleagues. So let's summarize our workshop here and our talk. What are the pillars for dignity and respect? Let's start with ourselves. We're going to increase self-awareness. We're going to accept ourselves, understand how we see ourselves and how others see us. That's a big job, but we can do it. And then we'll sweat the small stuff. If I don't like the pencil on my desk and I didn't put it there, let's just be responsible and respectful for our words and action. If it's only a pencil, let's move forward and let's get along. Let's develop communication. Let's build cultural awareness. That's so important at CUNY, to respect one another and to feel good about what we're saying. Let's find a common ground in our communications. Let's work through our differences, strive for agreement, and respect one another. Let's join the team so that we work together and collaborate and create interactions on teams that are respectful of individual differences. Yes, I see in the chat it's impossible, but we can work at it. Okay, we need to be positive about it. Instead of saying it's impossible and CUNY can't do it, let's work together so that we can try to create some environment like this. Let's limit bias and favoritism and strive for the best overall outcomes. Let's speak up so that we're respected and treated with dignity. Let's be leaders and be inclusive with everything you do. No favoritism. And let's do the right thing to do your part to make our workplaces a better place to work and learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clara.
That was very good. All the management need to learn this.
So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and Clara will respond. I have time for 1 or 2 questions, if anyone is interested. Steve, unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Clara. It was a very nice presentation. I started to write something a little lengthy in the chat, and I just realized it's better to just ask. I mean, my immediate supervisor is here in the meeting with us for my CLT position, but we also deal a lot with the hierarchy that's involved in higher education, where we're often, you know, forced into this bureaucracy where we're forced to rely on this hierarchical system between ourselves and faculty members, especially dealing between being a faculty member and a CLT. And we're often, whereas, you know, we're trying to have a higher level of production and a higher amount of interaction. And then I felt that over the years, I've really been stymied in that way by some of my faculty members, because like we talk about making new equipment or having to learn on new equipment, and we're told, well, the money is just not there for us to learn about it. You'll just have to figure it out on your own. I think that's an issue, and why a lot of people are more concerned about this in the chat is because they see it in their colleges also. So what would you feel is the way to better have a kind of community building with our faculty members who might be in administrative or supervisory positions over us?
It's a great question. Because I know also, as I went up the professorial route, that you couldn't say very much. I mean, we are, and it is true what I saw in the chat. I only briefly looked at the chat while I was talking, and it is true. We're in a CUNY. There's a lot of paralysis, unfortunately. We're not treated with dignity and respect. Forgive me, there's bullying on the campuses, a lot of it, and it's not brought up. And it's something that we really need to get together and try to see how we can resolve it. And yes, it's true, when I was going up the ladder, I couldn't say very much because that's our environment. I agree with what I saw in the chat. And that's exactly what you're responding to as well, Steve, in this respect. And probably what I would suggest is trying to get together, expressing yourself with someone you can trust, because that's very important in our environment, and see what can we do. Let's talk about it. But it's a very hard process to do, especially if your chair is controlling, watching everything that you're doing. So it's something that we need to work together and to try to share with others and see what we can build and get others involved. And at this point, when you get others involved, maybe even the union can help out as well. Maybe we can slowly change the culture of where we are.
It's not, I'm fairly lucky, and Emmanuel is fairly lucky. Our chair has been fairly responsive to us, especially over our health and safety concerns during the pandemic. But our faculty chair isn't also the coordinators within the department for the facilities. And there's always a little bit of interpersonal conflict. So it's just, I think it's a matter of maybe having to sort of air out all the dirty laundry in front of the chair so that the chair can sort of, if the chair is willing,
right,
to arbitrate.
Or to listen to that. You have to really make it work.
Our current chair has been very responsive to us. Very responsive.
Good.
Anyone else has a question? Otherwise, we could move on the agenda. I hope the presentation really gave you some information how to approach certain situations. Because the purpose is to bring awareness to all, right, Clara?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Clara, for your presentation. It was great. And it is important for us to be aware for one another and to be kind to one another and make that small space of, we're not perfect and nothing ever is going to be perfect, but we could work in our campus. We could work with each other. And Irma, your hand is up.
No,
Unmute
I'm
yourself.
clapping. I'm clapping.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, this is a start off, this is something that we could just take in and really work on it and really just be kind to our colleagues and work together and make the best that we can. Some people are able to be very open and be out of the box, and some people are not able to. But a positive thinking it would help you to overcome many things around you. And always reach out to those that may support you and help you through. And Clara, if anything, she will always be available if anyone would like some information on guidance. And, she's very supportive when it comes to helping those that have concerns through our campus, whether the chairpersons or the administrators or a colleague. She really will guide you, and we're here for you. So Irma, are you clapping or your hands up?
I want to make a comment. It's just a
Sure.
comment. You get tired of always trying. That
I
do
know.
You
I
get
know.
tired.
But don't give up. Don't
Oh
give
no,
up.
I don't give up, but I'm glad she gave this talk because I still got to remember it's still my responsibility, and I just got to not let it bother me when they behave a
Yes.
certain way.
Thank you for sharing. So our next presentation is what is a CLT? And it's by Jeffrey, a CLT chapter vice chair. So you have the floor, Sharif.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, I am. Give
Okay.
me 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay. So, 1 second. Sorry, guys, just a little difficulty. 1 second. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So glad that everyone is interested in learning about CLTs and about some of the issues and concerns we face as a CLT chapter. Please hold all your questions until the end and feel free to type them in the chat as well. So for this presentation, we will be covering who are CLTs, what we do, what is the current state of the chapter, as well as the issues that face CLTs, what some future steps that we can embark on together. Let's go over some basic information that you may or may not be aware of. CLTs stand for College Laboratory Technicians. We are designated as instructional staff. We are a tenure-bearing line. We received tenure around 1937. It was then made law by New York State Education around 1940. In the CUNY bylaws, CLTs are excluded from faculty rank. CLT description and minimum qualifications are defined by CUNY in the CUNY Code of Practice for Instructional Staff. CLTs are eligible for fellowship leaves. Fellowship leaves may be used for research purposes, for improvement of teaching, and or production of creative works in literature or the arts. Also, keep in mind that anything that is not in the CUNY bylaws can be adapted in the college governor's plan. So it is very important that everyone read and be aware and familiarize yourself with what is written in the college governance plan, because the college governance plan can actually supersede anything that may be inconsistent with the CUNY bylaws. So where do CLTs work? So as you can see on this slide, we have CLTs in over 150 unique departments all across CUNY campuses. So you can see from the list a whole range of departments and services that CLT provide a multitude of areas. You can find CLTs in academic computer centers, in art, music, dance, biology, natural sciences. You find CLTs in nursing, psychology, speech, geology, just to name a few examples of where CLTs work. So what is the role of a CLT? So the traditional role for a CLT is that we work in partnership with teaching faculty and other staff members to provide the highest level of technological support for education of students and for research. CLT's primary objective traditionally has been to provide the highest level of professional support to faculty to prepare and present the highest quality material and equipment to the assigned lab or studios for an assigned time. CLTs usually work behind the scenes on any CUNY campus where science and technology is taught or used for teaching. CLTs are highly skilled, dedicated professionals who work to procure, prepare, distribute, demonstrate, maintain, and repair material and equipment. This has been the traditional role of a CLT. Where is the CLT title, the name, comes from? Throughout the years, there has been changes to what CLT have been called. For example, in 1847 was the funding of the Free Academy. Did CLTs exist all the way back in 1800s? Well, we're still doing the research about that, but what we do know is there is evidence that at Hunter College, back when it was called Normal College in 1907, there were laboratory assistants. What we see in our contract going forward is in 1969 contract, CLTs were called College Engineering Technician, College Science Technicians, and College Science Assistants. During that contract, there was a CUNY bylaw revision pending, and what we will see is that in the 1972-1975 contract, this is where CLT A, B, and C became the new names. And in later contract, for example, in 1975, is where we see senior CLT title and also the CLT title. So what used to be called CLT A, B, and C are now CLT and senior CLT. CLT A and B were merged together to form CLT, and CLTC was renamed as senior CLT. In 1982 is when we have the chief CLT title that was created, and in 1987, we see the evidence of a new title, again for the Educational Opportunity Centers, the EOC CLTs, and in 1987 is where we see the introduction of adjunct CLTs. So what is in the CUNY Code of Practice for instructional staff? It basically defines the title definition of our core responsibilities and the minimum qualification. So let's review for a moment what CUNY defined as the CLT role and responsibility. There are some text in red and some in green. According to CUNY, a college laboratory technician shall perform functions and other technical duties of a highly skilled nature which are reasonably related to such functions, but which are nevertheless non-teaching. A college laboratory technician, for example, shall provide lecture support in the form of setup of equipment displays and demonstration and laboratory support for experiments and for research. Each department shall develop a specific job description which will be related to the laboratory or technical requirements of the department. Where appropriate, the technician shall exercise some supervision. So in red is the core responsibilities, and in green is the latitude that each department is allowed to have regarding job description for CLTs. In terms of the minimum degree qualifications, the minimum qualification is a high school diploma plus 4 years of work experience appropriate to the requirement of the department, or it could be an associate degree plus 2 years of experience, or a 4-year degree, or an appropriate combination of at least 4 years of education and work experience beyond high school. So what does a senior CLT do? A senior CLT shall, through technical or administrative skills, assume under faculty or executive direction, clearly defined supervisory function or perform complex technical functions in laboratories or technical areas. These functions shall be clearly defined in a job description as requiring substantial greater skills, ability, and experience for responsibility than those of a CLT. Duties of a senior CLT may include maintenance, fabrication, modification, and repair of laboratory equipment, writing of purchase specification, and coordination of physical preparation of laboratories. And a senior CLT shall be able to use professional judgment regarding the use of material related to specific classes and shall have organizational and logistic skills to enable a variety of needs to be met. Now, what are the minimum qualification for a senior CLT? Well, they have to meet the qualification of a CLT plus 4 additional years of work or education experience. And note that CUNY states that longevity and seniority shall not be sufficient for promotion or appointment of this title. Now, the chief CLT, what do they do? A chief college laboratory technician shall perform duties in either or both of the following areas: direction and training of other laboratory or technical personnel under general faculty or executive supervision, performance of highly specialized work requiring significant theoretical knowledge, scientific and technical expertise, professional judgment, and insight in one of the fields of laboratory or applied sciences. Direction of the other laboratory and technical personnel may be exercised by a single person in a large department with managerial responsibilities over a significant number of technicians, or the interdepartmental responsibility of a single person may require equivalent managerial duties. Highly specialized work performed by a chief CLT may include development of research design and fabrication, modification, repair, maintenance, and operation of highly complex research or technical equipment. Again, each department must write a specific job description. So the chief job description must have clearly defined the exceptional nature of the duties, including the number and level of personnel supervised and or technical tasks assigned. As far as the minimum degree qualification, well, you must have met the senior CLT qualification plus an additional 4 years related to college or work experience. Now, for an adjunct CLT, what are their responsibilities? They basically have the same responsibilities as a CLT, senior CLT, or chief CLT, based on what is comparable to their level. Adjunct CLTs refer to they are part-timers, so it depends on where they are in the 3 titles, full-time titles we discussed. So what happened to CLTs? Our role has evolved over time. We think about this as we have instructors who teach in the classroom. They are mainly responsible for the theory. We have CLTs who work in the lab, work in studios, work in research centers, academic departments, and they are primarily responsible for the techniques and the technology that is being taught. Then you have students who are trying to put all this together, the theory and the technique, to apply them in the form of real-world application. So this is how the 3 bodies of instructors, CLTs, and students are related to one another. So, like we discussed, we have theory, we have techniques, and we have applications. We have to be able to balance the science and the technology. And it's the seesaw effects that we have, because you cannot do one without the other. You cannot apply something unless you know the theory and the technology that goes with it. So what's the difference from the past and the present? Well, in the past, represents the perfect circle that CUNY thinks this is what CLTs do. It is clearly defined in the CUNY Code of Practice, but the CLT title is a messy title because we are because we are today in modern day, CLTs perform many different responsibilities that traditionally CUNY did not think about. We have CLTs today that do IT work, they do data analysis and reporting, they are responsible for advising students, they also picked up some tasks that in the past, HEOs and secretaries in the departments were doing. Some of them are responsible for communication or updating a website or developing content on social media. And they also supervise work-study students. And some of them are actually teaching in their labs and studios. So why are CLT needed? Instructors rely on CLTs to provide equipment of demonstration and lab setups and other science materials. CLTs are instructional technologists specializing in teaching techniques and technologies to students, staff, and faculty. CLTs maintain chemical and equipment inventories. They are purchasing agents for science departments. Without CLTs, what will become of chemicals left unattended on your campus? If there are no CLTs, what will become of the valuable science equipment? Who will ensure that campuses are in compliance with regulation such as OSHA, PESH, or the New York City Fire Department? It is also important to know that CLTs are the only group currently trained in chemical handling, chemical waste removal, and chemical spill response. If there are no CLTs, who will ensure the safety of our faculty, our students, and our staff? So these are very important questions to consider. CLT play a very important role in our university. So technicians, specialists, scientists, and technologists are all these terms can be applied to different CLTs working in our fields. So let's look a little more at the demographics and the data to learn about the numbers of CLTs at CUNY. Our data sources come from membership analysis reports, they come from payroll summaries, they come from CUNY employment history. We also have information on salary schedule. Because the work that CLTs do is covered as a title under the PSC, however, there are also CLT-like titles within the UFT, those that are called lab specialists. Within DC 37 in the early 2000s, there were IT titles created. And ITAS Union, they also employed theater technicians that worked on our CUNY campuses. So by this alone, you can see how CLT title has changed over the years in the different unions now cover or bargain for what traditionally a CLT title. So we also have data sources from the form of contract, bylaws, and policies, Departments of Labor, and IPATS data. So let's look at what the numbers tell us in terms of the overall chapter and the health of the CLT numbers. The data comes from 1996 all the way up to spring of 2021. The top in green is the total number of CLTs for the chapter, regardless of full-time or part-time status. In purple is the line for full-time CLTs, and in orange is the number for adjunct CLTs. As you can see, the number of CLTs have slowly been increasing throughout the years, but it then drops between spring 2020 semester and the fall of 2020 semester. And that drop contributed to COVID loss. That drop is primarily in the adjunct CLT title. You can see that the number of adjunct CLTs went from 554 to 285 adjunct CLTs. As far as the full-time number, full-time CLTs, not much increase. It is relatively a flat line. Although the university has continued to grow in the number of students, the number of faculty members, the number of HEOs. The reverse has been happening relative to the growth in the CLT titles. The numbers either remained flat or decreased. This chart here shows the total number of full-time CLTs that are union members versus non-union members. The blue line is the number of CLT who are union members, and the red is the non-members. The graph shows that among our full-time CLTs, they are committed to our union. They pay their dues, their union dues. We have a very low percentage of CLTs who are non-members. We have a very high percentage of dues paying members. The total of 513, those that pay dues are 503, and those that do not are only 10. How about adjunct CLTs? What does their membership look like? In green is the total number, in red is the non-members, and in blue are the members who pay dues. Those that don't pay dues are slightly higher than those that do not pay dues. So we need to do a little more outreach to our adjunct CLTs to sign up and become union members. This chart here shows the total number of CLTs who are members versus non-members. In total, that includes full-time CLTs and part-time CLTs, we have roughly 800 CLTs. And 622 of them are members, and 176 of them are non-members. So 79% of all CLTs are dues-paying members. So let's look more closely at what happened during COVID. Okay, where did the loss of CLTs, or where did we lose CLTs? As you saw from the charts, we primarily lost CLTs in the adjunct category, and the loss was significant. We did lose a few full-time CLTs. Overall, we lost 15 full-time CLTs compared to a loss of 269 adjunct CLTs. This 269 was attributed to COVID loss, while the 15 full-time loss is primarily not non-COVID, because the deadline for appointment letters for full-timers were prior to the onset of COVID. So these decisions to not reappoint the full-time CLTs came prior to the announcement of the pandemic. So let's drive a little further. As a chapter as a whole, what are some of the issues and concerns that we face? We have problems with workload, with overtime, promotion, wages. In the chapter, we have succession issues, problems with health and safety, professionalism, and respect. Also, workforce stability, retention, and growth. Let's look at each one of them. On the issue of workload, what does our contract say? Contractually, CLTs have a 35-hour work week in no more than 5 days, and split schedule is not permitted. Management has the right to set work schedule, but must consult with CLT and PSC if change is needed. In the contract, according to Article 15, a revision already exists that as a CLT, you have already waived your right to contest a change in the schedule in order to maintain proper staffing level for the university. We have waived that right already in the contract, so that is something that we need to look at a little closely and perhaps change. Regarding schedules of CLTs, they range anywhere from fixed schedule as Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. They can also be flexible schedule in terms of you work different hours during different days, or you can have a staggered hours where 1 week you get one schedule and another week you get a different schedule. CLTs repeatedly work beyond their assigned hours. We have increased workloads within and out of title definition. There are not enough CLTs to get the job done, so that has created a staffing problem. CLTs are required to fill out timesheets, biweekly timesheets. CLTs have changing job description. These changes can even be day by day, depending on how the chair feels. Whatever needs to be done, just give it to that CLT. He or she will get it done. Also, reassignment of duties is a common reoccurrence. CLTs work with the mentality that we have to complete the task. We have to get the job done. This is the unspoken expectation, and CLTs have that work ethics to meet that expectation and carry a huge burden and load on their shoulders. Another issue that CLTs face is overtime. We have an overcommitted workforce, although according to the contract, we are entitled to overtime, and we are also entitled to FLSA overtime. The actual practice of being approved overtime is very complicated. It also depends on who your chairperson is and also different attitudes. Oftentimes, many HR departments do not even accept timesheets from CLTs who indicated that they worked more than 35 hours. They are just told to resubmit with your assigned schedule. Overtime must be approved by the chairperson or supervisor in advance. And if you want to get payment for overtime, you really have to grieve. And that process of grievance can take anywhere between 9 months to a year for you to get the decision. It's a very long process. And if you have all of your documentation, it is possible to get compensation for that overtime. Another issue that we face as CLTs is promotion. Promotion is a big problem. We have a broken promotion ladder. To help you understand what we go through, the professorial titles have promotion. The CLTs also have promotion. However, the word promotion, although it sounds the same and looks the same, it has different meanings. One meaning for the professorial title and a different meaning for CLTs. One criteria for the professorial and a different criteria for the CLT. When a professor is promoted, it is one line where the individual is moved from assistant professor to associate professor to a full professor. What we have in the CLT for promotion, or what the college envisions or practices, you have one line for a CLT, you have another line for a senior CLT, and yet you have another line for a chief CLT. So in order to go from a CLT to a senior CLT or to a chief CLT, the college must allocate a new line. So you actually move over basically to a new job, a new title with a separate and distinct job functions. And this creation of a new title and new line basically mirrors reclassification process that HEOs go through. But for CLTs, we call this promotion. But for professorial, it is still one line. So on campuses, the universities treat this as three very distinct titles. In reality, the department needs what they need. The university will try to save as much money as they can by trying to get the workers to do as much as they can. So let's see where the duties overlap. So for example, there are some departments with only one CLT. They try to hire at the lowest pay rate, which is the CLT level. Meanwhile, the job is advertised as with a CLT job description. But when you come to the department level, the chair comes and gives you a more specific job description. And when you read over the document, you find that your job description overlaps with what a senior and a chief CLT do. So you have some CLTs that do a little bit of senior work and a little bit of chief work. what do we know about promotions from the contract? CLTs are actually a promotional title because Article 22 specifies the promotional opportunities for CLTs at each campus, and the goals are 65% CLTs, 25% senior CLTs, and 10% chief CLTs. Across CUNY, there are no universal standard procedure for promotion of CLTs, which means that the procedures are left at the discretion of each college. As far as the qualification and description, those are codified in CUNY Code of Practices. They specifically state regarding promotion that longevity and seniority shall not be a basis for appointment or promotion to this title. So, from the start, you are told what cannot be counted or considered for promotion. However, CUNY does not tell you what is the standard measurement for giving a promotion. Promotion in practice is merited by a change in job description. As I mentioned earlier, CLT's promotions don't work like faculty promotions, but instead we are very similar to HEO reclassification. As far as the obstacles to promotion, from the 1986 arbitration decision, there was a case where 3 CLTs at the College of Staten Island applied for a promotion and they were denied. The case went in front of the arbitrator, and the arbitrator ruled in favor of management, stating that management has the right to create senior and chief CLT titles. This is 100% management discretion. And due to the fact that there is no language in the contract, management has not lost its right to create those titles. Furthermore, the arbitrator stated that based on the documents that were presented, there were no documents that stated what is the formula in terms of the ratio or how do we decide whether or not a CLT title or line is needed. And to the arbitrator, it indicated that there was never an intent by CUNY to promote CLTs. So what we are left with is this really bad arbitration decision that makes it very clear that in order for a CLT to be promoted, a new or vacant line must first exist. And it is also based on the needs of the department primarily, and also the needs of the college. The needs of the department are decided by the department chair, and the needs of the college are decided by the college president. When the chief CLT title was first introduced, the memo states it is a 10% quota. So throughout time, the quota has been used to prevent senior CLTs from getting promoted. However, in the contract, it does not state quota, it states a goal. This left a lot of college administrations confused. Is this a quota or is this a goal? Also, obstacles to promotion are oftentimes college will tell CLTs, we don't have the money for it. It's a funding issue. And we tell the college, not really. The college idea is that we need 2 CLT lines, one for a CLT and one for a senior CLT. But in reality, we just take that CLT line that you have and promote them to a senior CLT. So you don't need funding for 2 salaries, but instead it is just 1 salary. This will only increase the budget by a couple of $1,000s and not increase the budget by a full-time CLT salary. This table here shows what we know from the data. The data actually tells us how many CLTs work in each department by title and by campus. This top table shows you the data from 2017. At that time, we had just a little bit over 1,000 CLTs. So the actual number of CLTs in each campus is not really that great when you compare it to the total number of students, faculties, or HEOs. The table at the bottom further illustrates how many CLTs are in each department by title and by quantity. When we look at the promotional opportunities of Article 22, the very top line tells us the goal, the 10% for chief, the 25% for senior CLT, and the 65% for CLTs. What do we know from each campus? What the data tells us is this. Let's look at the green, the chiefs. 10% is the goal. There are some campuses that fall under. For example, your college have only 4% chiefs. But campuses like LaGuardia or Lehman or Brooklyn have higher number of chiefs, but yet the goal is 10%. You see that some campuses come very close to the line of 10%. For example, College of Staten Island, Kingsborough Community College, and Queens College. So you see where there is the goal and where there is reality. This slide right here, it shows you the actual number of CLTs on each campus by title, what the percentage goal looks like, and what is the actual difference between the goal and actual reality. So highlighted in red here is the areas of where we are doing better or worse than the goal. So let's look at Article 22 to see where the history of this increased promotional opportunities come from. In the last legislative conference contract in Article 30, it had stated the percentage goals, and this was adopted into the PSC contract. What we saw adopted in the 1972 contract, the percentage goals were 40% for CLTA, 30% for CLTB, and 30% for CLTC. In 1975 contract, where the senior CLT title and the CLT title came on the scene, the contract specified 30% senior CLT. In 1982 contract, where the chief CLT title was first introduced, the percentage for chief CLT was 10%. So you see the system for 40, 30, 30 for 3 titles. Then it was 2 titles and the percentages went 70%, 30%. And when we went back to 3 titles again, the percentages became 65%, 25%, and 10%. Won't you think that going back to 3 titles, we would be closer to what we were in terms of 40%, 30%, and 30%? So what do we know about wages? Wages are also a big problem. Wages are very much tied to our workload. They are also tied to job responsibilities. So what is the basis of our wages? It goes back to what is written in the CUNY Code of Practice. What was written back then is dated to 1960s. So our salaries as a base use the 1960s definition. And over time, although our union has tried to bargain more aggressively for CLTs for equality increases, we are still very far from the gap of where we should be. Given how the roles and responsibilities for CLTs have changed drastically over time with the advancement and usage of technology, we need a significant transformation or evolution with the CLT title, and similarly with the wages. From the current salary schedule, the CLT salary is very low and they are uncompetitive. If we were to compare the salary of a CLT in higher education versus that of K-12 lab specialist, the lab specialist actually makes more money than a regular CLT. And if you look at the lifetime earning, the top step for a chief CLT is still lower than the top step for a K-12 specialist, a lab specialist. This may shock you, but this is the reality of our salaries. Low wages have been a problem for colleges to retain, recruit, and hire CLTs. This is a big problem. It's a big problem when your salary right now is $20,000 to $30,000 below the industry standard in your specific discipline. What also affects our wages? Educational differences. It could also be the hours that we work, maybe being awards a multiple position, also holiday benefits. Do we get extra money for being on standby or being on call? Do we get extra money for working weekends and nights? The answer to these questions is no. CLTs are basically on call all the time. And unless the CLT puts the boundaries to say, no, I'm not at work right now, we have many who do not respect the boundaries and can call a CLT and say, I have a problem, take care of it. So respect and dignity are very important issues for our chapter. This over here shows the salary. In our salary schedule, we have the top step and the low step. What you see here in orange line, the bottom line represents the minimum salary for a CLT, and the top line represents the top step for a CLT. The blue represents the senior CLT. The bottom line represents the minimum for the senior CLT, and the top represents the top step for a senior CLT. And similarly, the green line is for the chief CLT. The bottom green line is the minimum salary for a chief CLT, and the top line is for their highest step. The important takeaway from this is that you can be a regular CLT and making more money than the lowest step as a chief CLT. All these salaries, they overlap whether you are chief, senior, or a CLT. If I'm at the top step of a CLT, making as much money as a chief CLT, I would like the title to go with it. After working for the university for 20 years, who would not like that title? This chart here shows the different titles from the different unions, so you can see the range of what we are talking about. Back in the early days of computing, it was just CLTs. Now with the expansion of computing, network and servers, clouds, different types of services, we have more specialized IT titles, and look at how much they make. We still have CLTs doing the very same jobs the newer titles of ITs are doing, yet our salaries are capped at $64,000, and the potential to earn higher for the new hires of IT people goes around $100,000. What problems we face in the chapter? Succession. We don't see so many CLTs attend meeting or go out to protest, okay, or be on protest lines. People don't make enough. People need to survive. Some CLTs have 2 and 3 jobs trying to make ends meet, trying to pay their rent or mortgage, trying to support their families. At the end of the day, money and finances help to drive and inform our decisions. The other issue is that CLTs have not been happy for a long time and has not seen the PSC leadership do much about it or pay them any mind. So they said, why even bother? So they walked away. They became disengaged and disappointed. In terms of health and safety, we all suffer from work environments that contain hazards. There are some workplace abuses with someone who is yelling at you or blaming you for something, or maybe you work with someone who bullies you. That all affects our health and safety. What we ask is for professionalism and respect. We ask that we be treated with dignity. So, what do we know about the workforce as a whole for CLTs? Well, we are shrinking. The younger CLTs who have less than 5 years of service, they decide to leave CUNY because of the low salaries, lack of promotional opportunities, unrealistic work demands, and lack of respect. The older CLTs who are able to retire, they are at the age already. Many of them decide to remain at CUNY because they love working with the students. And if really forced to leave, the situation gets really bad, they are just going to retire. And then who is left? They are really not hiring new CLTs to pick up the workload. Then the workload is again redistributed among the existing CLT staff. And what we see with COVID is a severe cut in the adjunct CLTs who are there to supplement the workforce. Then we have CLTs in the middle tier who are struggling. Do I stay? Do I go? Do I make a career change? How do I balance work and home life? How do I assert my rights when there is no chance of promotion? So these are just some of the things that we are currently have in progress as far as chapter initiative. Okay, we're developing contract demands, out of title campaign, CLT promotion subcommittee, grow and strengthen the CLT chapter, membership education, leadership development, reorganization, and workplace bullying, dignity at the workplace policy. The bottom line is that we need to work together, regardless of whether we are CLT, faculty, members, or HEOs. The truth is we all experience very similar things on the job. We really need cross-campus title solidarity in our union. We need to work together to help each other. CLTs have been reaching out to other CLTs for a very long time. And what we really see is a shift in that it is no longer working. Even with a new leadership, it is not working as well as we thought it could be or would. So we've taken a pivot in different direction and have been asking chapter chairs to get involved at a very local level. This has caused a change in that when a CLT sees a faculty member is now getting involved and wants to know the issue and is willing to fight for them, it's no longer just a CLT fighting for a CLT. So we see a small glimmer of hope being restored, but we don't know how long the candle will be lit because it's going to require all of us to reach in to our CLTs. And that's the real test for our union. This is the challenge that we are putting out to all of you today. This is the question about care, humanity, compassion, or are we just concerned about ourselves, or are we in the union to fight for only what we can gain for our own title? If we look throughout all the contracts going back until 1972 and the formation of the PSC, CLTs have always been at the bottom of the barrel. It is time to bring the CLTs front and center during the next contract. CLT chapter future step. What we are trying to do with our CLTs, we are trying to organize them, identify the issues, activate them, educate them, disseminate information, try to motivate them to get involved. With non-CLTs, it's about raising awareness. It's about educating and building relationships. We also want to build partnership between CLTs and the community. If we are left with no inaction, we will be forced with frustration, confusion, and hardship. We will go in decline. Okay. As we always say, CLTs are the backbone of CUNY, so how healthy is your spine? The end.
Thank you, Cherie,
You're
for the
welcome.
presentation. Powerful. So if anyone raise their hands. I think anyone? Oh, Kathleen? Yes. Unmute yourself.
That wasn't a raised hand. I was clapping.
Oh, it looked like a raised hand on my computer. But
Sorry.
thank you. I'm there with you. If anyone has any questions that would like to ask Sharif.
Well, you guys giving me all this credit for the presentation. I have a confession to make. All the credit should go to Amy Ju.
Yes.
Okay, this is.
I was about you to say that.
I should not get the credit for this. Give the credit to Amy, please.
Yes.
This is her presentation.
Amy, I know you're back there in the background.
Yeah. Amy's the one that
Amy.
worked behind the scenes.
There she goes.
But I have
She
to
was in
be
the
honest.
background.
I have to be honest.
Yeah, she does really awesome PowerPoints. She's really good. Thank you, Amy. Can't do this without you, girl. Cynthia, Sharif, do you see the hands up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You could call on them if you like.
No, go ahead. You're
Cynthia?
Hi, thank you so much, Sharif. This was very informative. And thank you, Amy. I know Amy is like one of the hardest workers at the PSC and CUNY. And yeah, so whenever I know she's involved, I know that there'll be something good and we've learned something. And so I guess the question that I had, and thank you for doing this. It was a very thorough presentation, and I was sort of like shocked by a lot of the problems that you're having in terms of elevating the title and having equitable salaries compared to the school systems, which I think is, really something that needs to be addressed. As the chapter chair for the HEOs, I'm curious, because I know that one of the questions in the beginning that Clara asked had to do with staff supervising CLTs. But in my experience at City Tech, I'm the director of counseling. I don't have that much contact with CLTs, and I'm wondering if CLTs are mostly supervised by the faculty, or are they mostly supervised by HEOs? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't even know if maybe Amy would know.
Well, I could tell you, depends on where they're working. If they're working in an academic department, they're supervised. It depends on the structure of that department. Some departments are structured where they have a chief CLT as a supervisor. So they're supervised by another CLT who's in the chief title. In other departments, there is no structure and they're supervised directly by the chairperson of the department.
So mostly it's not HEOs that are supervising them, I would imagine.
Depends where they're working. If you have a CLT working in administration, they will be supervised by a HEO. Mm-hmm. Okay, if you have you have CLTs working for IT departments, and they will be supervised by HEOs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And Amy, would you like to share a little light on that?
Unmute yourself, Amy. Thank you.
Just to add to that, it really varies across all of the campuses, and even within the same campus, at each department level, there's an organizational chart. So you have what's written down on paper as far as how the department is supposed to function and what is the reporting structure. But we know that what is written on paper is not always what happens in practice. For example, on the organizational chart, it may be that the CLT reports directly to the department chair. But in practice, the chairperson may not come into the office every day. So therefore, the chair might have an assistant, which is typically in a HEO title. And so then in order to get access, pass information to the chair, sometimes the CLT will need to go through the HEO to get to the chair. So it is a very complicated dynamic relationship that exists. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, I guess I'm wondering how, as HEOs, we can help the situation. I'm just thinking about it, but you've given me some things to think about. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we will have breakout rooms later today, 2:45, where we're gonna dissect this a little bit more in terms of college governance and contract language. What things can we do locally in terms of labor management initiatives? So more opportunities for further discussion later. Thank you, Cindy. Let's go to the next person with the hands raised.
Cherie? No. Scott, please.
Sharuk.
Sharu?
Yeah, I think Sharuk.
Okay,
is
Sharu.
next.
Can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sharif, for the wonderful presentation. It was very, very informative, and Amy as well.
you.
I actually come from the LaGuardia campus, and I do have a question. During the presentation, you raised that each department should develop a job description plan.
Yes.
So in terms of that, I wanted to ask, can it override the minimum qualifications that are written in the CUNY description, in the CUNY job description? And let's say the minimum qualification is a high school diploma. Can we actually specify that further or actually make it
Well,
like
that
a
is
college?
the minimum qualification in the CUNY Code of Practice.
Okay,
But remember, it's high school plus 4 years experience.
that's correct. But I
So
wanted
it's
to
not,
ask, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
okay. For what I've seen in practice,
Mhm.
okay, I have not seen in the last 19 years that I've been here at CUNY, I haven't seen a CLT hired with a high school diploma. Minimum
Exactly.
minimum college. This is actually something that we've been talking about in the chapter that we've wanted to change. Because what's written in the CUNY Code of Practice is that CLTs require high school plus 4 years of experience. This may be one of the reasons we're looked at, and they don't realize that actually there are most CLTs have college and higher, college degree and higher. There are CLTs that have a PhD. A majority of CLTs have a master's degree.
Yeah.
Big percentage of CLTs teach courses in CUNY.
Yeah.
Okay, so the minimum qualification, remember, we said this was written back in the 1960s. So we're working with a definition that's very old, 60 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is something that we may, as a chapter, we'd like to change in the future.
What can I do as a member of the union to help with this, or in order, because I think also, I mean, I was only hired, I just became tenured, and
Congratulations.
thank you very much. And going through the entire process and seeing the insides and outs of the job, I feel like the job description or the minimum qualifications are not reflective of what CLTs do. And I wanted to know, what can I do from my end to help with this process?
Get you a card.
First thing you can do is join the union, become a union member. When you become a union member, you make the union and the CLT chapter stronger. Be a union activist, get involved in the CLT chapter, get involved at your college chapter level. Okay, it's also very important because a lot of the changes that I've seen happening at colleges actually start at the college level. Okay, so you have to be involved, you have to have a voice, okay, and be a union activist. You don't have to, the union is not the leadership. Everyone is the union. Okay, all the members are what makes the union strong or very weak. Okay, if we all sit back and don't get involved, then guess what? No one is going to be there to fight for us. We have to be in the front line to fight for ourselves. Okay, and this is why we have this day, and we're calling it a Unity Day, because We don't want CLTs fighting for CLTs. We don't want HEOs fighting for HEOs. We don't want faculty fighting for faculty. We all want to fight for each other. And we're only as strong as how willing we are to fight for each other. So get involved.
Thank you. I am part of the union, but this is giving me some insight. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And always reach out to us, to Amy, myself, Jaree, anything that we can do to help you and guide you. We're here for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Scott and then Emmanuel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with Ulrich. There's less than 8% of the CLTs here. At York, we have a shop steward meeting. We have a labor management meeting, as you know. And I would happily have a CLT come to both of them, but I don't know who to ask. I mean, I sit there and I know the CLT in the library, but he has absolutely, but he's not the person who should be being joined. And even when they know that things are happening, they don't show up. I had a chapter meeting on commencement day, so they had nothing, they were not there to do anything. They weren't setting things up. There were no classes. It was commencement. No CLTs, mainly HEOs. I didn't get enough faculty either, but that's another story for another day. So people have to be willing to get involved and to fight. And as someone said earlier, to show up at demonstrations. Do you know how many librarians show up at the demonstrations? Librarians are there all the time. And that's why librarians can get things done, because we show up and people know our faces and we speak up. CLTs aren't doing it, and you have to do it. And I mean, if you can put me in touch with the right person at York, please, the sooner the better. I want them to be involved. I've worked on that for years. Anyway, so that's another story for another day. I just had to get it off my chest. Forgive me, because we've talked about some of it here.
It's okay, Scott. Thank you for sharing. Emmanuel.
Hi, good morning to everybody. Thank you, Sharif, for the presentation. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, man.
I'm at the College of Staten Island, and within our department, I'm the senior CLT. And when I got there, there really wasn't much structure from the organizational chart. I do report to the chair. However, like our faculty kind of bullies us a bit when it comes to, what decisions need to be made. And I had wrote in the chat that formerly the department used to have a HEO. She left, and then it kind of fell into having a CLT there. And most of our college assistants really did work of the CLT. So I urged the then chair to start having adjuncts at minimum, because the workload was just getting too much. Just kind of my question, and it was already answered, but in terms of promotion, when I joined the department, I already had over 8 years experience within the film and television industry and was a CUNY graduate. However, I only landed the senior position is because they only had that line. They didn't have the HEO line. And what I found over the years, I recently just got tenure, but a lot of my workload is still balanced between what was that HEO's responsibilities for the facility, trying to be a tutoring coordinator, as well as just doing all the hiring, all the training. And it's kind of, I'm like sandwiched in between what my role is to really work under someone and really be the chief person to work alongside faculty. And it's incredibly difficult. It's I don't get a lot of help, but I try to be responsive. Ever since these meetings were on Zoom, I definitely was trying to be a part of them, and even our chapter chair on campus, I try to voice these concerns, but I just feel that it's just so overwhelming that even the presentation before, the bullying, it just gets too much.
Amy, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, thank you, Emmanuel. Situations like yours is fairly common across CUNY. And what I would encourage you to do is get in touch with Greg Duros, the CLT grievance counselor. I'm also a CLT grievance counselor, former in a different life.
Right.
However, through the training, we know, and through the grievance process, what you're describing, because your job right now encompasses a lot of different responsibilities from other titles. It is actually considered out of title work. And you can file a formal grievance, go through the process. We have known cases where the grievant, in this case you, would win. We look at the evidence, what is the job description for the CLT in the code of practice, is your job description given from the department? What is the job description for the HEOs, as some of your responsibilities come from there? And we would actually grieve what is not in the CLT title as defined by CUNY. And, you go through a hearing process, the college labor designee listens to the case, they make a determination, a decision letter is issued. During the grievance process, you specify what you want as a remedy. For example, maybe you want a remedy to be promoted to a chief CLT, or maybe you want to be awarded an appropriate title. Maybe the HEO title is the title that actually correctly qualifies or classifies your job. But that we will work individually with you and a grievance counselor for. And I'll send you that information. And Greg will also be here later today at 2:45 if you're still around. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Amy. Thank you, Manuel, for sharing. Pedro, Luisa, and then Javi.
Okay, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here when it comes to certain things. First of all, these things have to change. Well, one big thing in the contract, CUNY right now can do whatever they want with CLTs, plain and simple. They can change you, they can move you, they can do whatever they want. That has to change. Okay, that things have to be set. Now, as far as the education level goes, with all due respect to everybody who has a higher degree and wants to go for a higher degree, that is fine. There is nothing wrong with that. I'll support them 100%. But the fact of the matter is, I do know a number of CLTs that only have a high school diploma, but their job experience is incredible. They do other things. For example, they got all their certifications in computers and ITs and so on. And anybody that knows computers knows that most computer experts are not necessarily higher degree. You also do not take into account the military background that somebody may have. If you go to the military and you're an IT specialist in the military and you spend time in the military, your background in IT is much greater than anything you can get from CUNY, Princeton, or anything like that. So unless exceptions are made for that, and that's why the title was written that way, that you have to make exceptions for that. If we go with nothing but education, we're falling into the thing that, oh, education is the most important thing to get a PhD, to do this, and it is not. Okay, especially when it comes to CLTs, which are all basically technicians, okay, that they actually perform jobs of coming up with ideas and thinking outside the box. One of my biggest problems with PhDs and other higher, that have higher education in CLTs, they become compliant to what they learned in school and do not think outside the box, okay? And CLTs tend to do that, think outside the box. The problem is that the PSC and the faculty doesn't take them seriously because of that, because they don't see that as any form of education or any form of experience, okay? And that has to change. You have to gain the respect of your department and the school you're in. And the way to do that is to instill yourself into it, to participate. Don't let them get away with it. You know how many times I've been at a meeting, and CLTs tell me this all the time. They come up with a brilliant idea at a meeting, a brilliant idea, right? It's brushed across like clockwork. If a faculty member came up with that same idea, it's given more credence than the CLT that came up with the idea. And that has to stop. That has to be the education level on that. Do not belittle people because you feel that, oh, they need a master's, they need a PhD, they need a bachelor's degree, they need that. Him going to these technical schools mean absolutely nothing. His military background, it means absolutely nothing. Okay, his experience in working in a laboratory, it means absolutely nothing without the education in there. And that is a false premise that has to be stopped. If we don't follow a premise like that, that allows the experience to work, we will become stagnant as a college and as everything, as CUNY, we will become stagnant. Experience is a must, and it has to be included in there. It's like with the faculty, everybody's a PhD, but who's given more credit? The one that does more research, the one that does, writes more papers, the one that does it. The same credence should be given to a CLT's experience also, and not necessarily to their education level or anything like that. This is choices that have to be made by the department who's doing the hiring and by the college that's doing the hiring. By falling into just making it pure education, we're falling into a bad precedence, especially in the CLT title. Okay, it's like saying just because you got a PhD does not make you a good teacher. Okay, good teachers is something that is bred into people, and that you cannot teach somebody to be a good teacher the same way you cannot teach experience. All right, so that's
Thank you,
all I
Pedro,
have
for
to say.
sharing. Appreciate it. Luisa
But-
and Javi and Amy would take these questions.
But like I said, we must change the idea that CUNY can do whatever they want with us. We have no legal rights if they decide to change our jobs. And that is something that has to be stopped. That would not be tolerated in the professional staff. That would not be tolerated in the teaching faculty staff. It should not be tolerated in the CLT.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thanks, Pedro. I agree with you in a lot of respects, Pedro, but here's the problem. And, a lot of the CLTs, at least in my area, have to have certain degrees in order to be able to work in our departments, right? We have to have certain degrees and we have to have certain certifications. I understand what you're saying about people, let's just say, administration in general needs to change their outlook on what the importance of education is. However, over the years, right, I've only been with CUNY for 7 years now. I'm close to people that have worked for CUNY for a long time as a CLT. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Getting the respect doesn't happen, right? So you can insist all you want, but you have to do something in order to change that, right? So I'm not saying that all the CLTs should be required to have degrees. However, there should be, the problem is we're getting paid too little, right? That's the issue. We're getting paid too little. And the reason is because these titles, the description of the titles are saying that we just quote unquote have a high school diploma. If the things that are necessary aren't listed in the job description, we need separate job descriptions, because if the things that are necessary aren't in that job description, you're lacking the respect from a foundational point as far as administration goes, right? Because they're looking at us as a bunch of people that just have their high school diploma. And I don't mean to belittle that. You can have 20 years of great experience. All they're seeing is what's on paper. And what's on paper is these are people that have their high school diploma. In today's climate, a high school diploma doesn't get you very far, and it doesn't get you a very good paycheck nor respect within your community of work, right? So we have to add those things that are required for the position into the job description if we want to in any way increase the bottom line salary, right? And then for everything extra you get more money. Right now, they're giving more money to CLTs that have a master's degree, right? But if you have a bachelor's, you don't get more money. It shouldn't be that way. I find that you need to list those things in a requirements if that's in fact what's needed to be in that department, in that program. And I feel that's the only way to get any kinds of credence within the department. I mean, you're talking about a school. This is not a regular job. You're talking about a school that values education. So if we don't add that educational piece in that job description, we're not going to get anywhere, as far as I'm concerned, with the administration and increasing our salaries. Because that's the bottom line, right, Pedro? Increasing
No, first
salaries.
of all, let's get one thing straight. Buildings and grounds, most of them don't have an education. They're electricians, carpenters. They're getting paid much more than we are. So
Yes,
it's not
but
that
that's
CUNY
exactly
is not looking at that. It's that the way it's described is poorly done.
Yes, it's
okay, plain and it's simple. I'm not saying eliminate education. That I am not saying. But credence has to be given, just like it is for buildings and grounds and other things, to the level of experience and other certifications that people may have. For example, IT. People in IT, for example, a lot of them might not have a college education, but they've done all their certificates and everything else, and they're getting paid more than we are.
Right. So
Okay.
my suggestion is to have a basic job description between to differentiate between the different types of CLTs, but there should be separate job descriptions for each official, not just within your department. It should be separate official job descriptions that include everything that's necessary in order to work in that particular department. We are, as CLTs, we're a group, but we're all very different from one another. We're too different to be able to lump our job descriptions into the same thing. It's difficult. It's impossible. Because
I understand,
all
Luisa. Luisa and Pedro, we have two hands up. I am sorry, but I need to give them an opportunity to speak too, please. And Amy wants to respond. So go ahead, Amy, please. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna let Habib speak. He's had his hand up. I don't want to hold up people. I think we want to have a little bit of a lunch, a little bit of a break. This has been a very fiery discussion between Luisa and Pedro. We will continue that conversation over lunch as well as in the breakout room on contract language. But let's let Habib speak, and then we can all break for lunch for an hour.
Go ahead, Habib.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Sharon and Amy, for that wonderful presentations. Just gonna take you back to the presentation again after all this commotion. Sharif, you mentioned in the presentation that the CLT did not participate enough in the union, and also I see this echo on the chat that like here have less than 8% of the CLT. And actually it's a lot less than 8% because most of the people attending are delegate. So they have obligations to attend. What do you think the reasons of the CLT do not participate in the union activity? Thank you.
Well, okay, well, we did touch up on that. There are several reasons. First of all, CLTs are required to work 35 hours. Okay, their schedules, like we said, is not a 9-to-5 schedule. Sometimes when meetings take place in the evenings, CLTs have classes to attend to. Or maybe they have a second job to make ends meet. Okay, so after they leave, if they do have a 9 to 5 schedule, after they leave their CUNY job, they go to another job. Or maybe CUNY has them scheduled in evenings and on weekends. Okay, some people are just disengaged. They've seen that, we're looked down upon, we're bullied, we're not respected, there's no dignity. The union is really not fighting as hard for us as they do for other titles. So they're just disappointed and walk away. Okay, so there's several reasons. It's not one reason that fits all the CLTs. There's going to be, and there's probably even more reasons. There are people that have families, okay, and they can't be here because of family obligation.
And when it's a rally and just during the hours of work, they will have to take a day off. So that's also another thing. We can't just not come in and just go to a rally downtown. We have to take a day off legally.
Just follow up on that. How the union conduct business in the meetings is drive a lot of people away. How we have a delegate assembly next week and we have no information before that. Even in the meeting, everyone jump talking and disrespect other people, other union member in the union meeting. That's drive a lot of people away. So we need to think about those reasons and we need to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Javi. So we're gonna break for lunch. So it's gonna be open. So we're gonna have informal lunchtime. We do have a question or two so we could talk as we having lunch. And we'll resume back at 1 o'clock officially. And then we're going to have a panel coming up. Jackie will be part of that, and we have a few other people sharing on the panel for labor management. So feel free to step away from your computer, take a break, and come back. Amy, are you good?
We're good.
Amy, are you sure?
She's sure.
Holding down the fort.
Yeah, she's working behind the scene with the technology to help me. Help all of us, actually.
Well, it's been a year now that I'm becoming more active. In fact, in response to my senior CLT who voiced his issue, I wouldn't be coming to these meetings or the health and safety watchdog meetings if it wasn't for Emmanuel encouraging me to.
Amy, you want to share the quote?
Yeah, I'll do it in a minute. Thank you,
Okay.
Stephen. I was actually thinking about you because the CAP committee, the Committee for Adjunct and Part-Timers, they've also developed a platform committee, and they're looking for more CLTs, and in particular adjunct CLTs, to share and discuss, and basically to brainstorm also on adjunct CLT issues. And you came into my mind as like number one. So I'm just gonna put that out there if you're interested in being part of that platform committee.
Just because you know I have so many issues.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
I'll think on it.
Please just think on it. I mean, it'll help us all sharpen each other, you know?
Hey, Amy. You're still there, huh? Unmute your mic.
I'll be back in a few minutes, Amy, okay?
Unmute your mic, Amy.
What, to unmute you?
No, she should be able to unmute herself.
Ah.
Amy, unmute your mic. There we go.
I
I'm not a
know.
lip reader.
See, mic check, mic check. What's on the lunch menu today?
Right now, I'm trying to take care of Feed Mom
Ah,
and everything at the same time. I'm watching her, you know?
yep. I hope she's doing well.
No, she's doing good.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
You know, Amy, what I'm trying to say when I say those things about education is that we're trying to put ourselves in the same category as the professionals, the professorial staff, by getting all this education like they have. So this way you're in competition with them. And that's something that should not be done. We should not be in competition with them. We're a completely different animal than they are, okay? And that's what we have to start realizing. Like I said, buildings and grounds, they're getting a hell of a lot more money than we get paid, okay? And yet they understand the importance of their experience and their certifications and everything else that they have, but they don't seem to respect that on the CLT level.
Well,
And
you
that
know,
is something that has to be respected on that level, and realize that we are not professorial staff members. Okay, and that is something that it seems that everybody seems to think that that's the way we have to go, and that. And because let me tell you, my 30 years plus in CUNY, right? The best CLTs I've ever seen are the ones most experienced. That there wasn't their education level, it was their experience to get things to work, to get things to think outside the box. Okay, what would be the difference if everybody in the department is a PhD? Okay, there would be no input for no other thing. Everybody would be closed-minded and looking in one direction, and you need that outside direction.
I hear
Okay,
you.
I'll give you an example. Queensborough, for example, has I can name probably 5 individuals that have no college education at all, but they have tons of certifications, tons of job experience, and they actually have done more for the college than the CLTs with the higher education. Okay, and that is something that has to be respected. Because to tell you the truth, if I had somebody that was in the military, right, that was in the IT in the military for 8 years, or whatever, 6 years, 4 years in the military, I would tend to trust them a little more than I would trust somebody that went to the college for that long, right? Especially when it comes to doing something a little different and how to make things work. Okay,
right.
So that has to be respected. That cannot be thrown out the window just because people believe this is the way it is. The idea with lab assistants and that in the past with colleges and way back when colleges started and that was to give an outside feeling of what to do better. Okay, to get an outside input. That was the idea. We're going to throw that away, then we're not teaching them education. A lot of the students that I work with and so on, I teach them a bunch of little tricks that no professor can teach them on how to make things work.
I think the bottom line is that we are all each very unique and special individuals.
It is.
And we all have to respect our differences, but also appreciate others as well. You know, like we're all unicorns in this. We all come with different skills, gifts, and talents. Just as one body has many parts, the whole body needs to function as a whole. And unless we're all going to come together and recognize that, yeah, we all make up one complete body. And unity really means that we all walk together in unison as one body.
Yeah.
You
Amy,
know.
have you ever
Pedro,
done
can
any
I say
kind of
something?
research? Have you
Doris
ever
is right there. Hi, Doris.
Yeah.
Hi, how
Have
you
you
doing?
done any research, Amy, on finding out how many CLTs are hired out of the blue? In other words, it's the first time they apply to a college, and how many of them already were working in the department or working somewhere else in the college as an adjunct and then hired?
I know I was one of them. I was actually hired on a substitute CLT line during my senior year when I was getting my bachelor's, and the department actually asked me to apply for the position because they couldn't find any graduate student who met their qualifications. And so that's actually, I mean, I had actually started working for the very same department during my second year as a sophomore. They paid me as a college assistant to do web development. And this was actually back in around 96 or so, in the early days of the internet and, you know, the World Wide Web and departments having websites. You know, I was one of the people that was on that bandwagon. So I started pretty early in my department and continued on the substitute CLT line. When I graduated with my bachelor's, they awarded me a full-time, like a CLT line, which was permanent. You know, I did that for a year. I then left to go to graduate school, got my master's in geographic information science, came back to New York, you know, worked elsewhere. And out of the blue, someone in my department, faculty member, called me and said, "Hey, your old job in the department is opening up again as a CLT. Would you like to come back?" And at the time I said, okay, why not? Right? I mean, I had done the job before. I knew what it was about. I knew what I was getting myself into. You know, there was me and then Rita, and then it went back to me. So this title that I now hold is still held, holding down. It's about 15 years now with a break in service. But what I can say is the way that the job was initially created had three major responsibilities in the areas of GIS, which is Geographic Information Systems, IT technology. Back then, we were running a Unix system. I was actually a junior system administrator for Unix, and we branched into Linux and Windows NT. And I was also doing basic CLT.
No Red Hat?
AV stuff. No, Red Hat wasn't that big yet. Didn't take off yet. No, no. And when I actually came back to the job in 2005, they had actually removed all of the IT component because by then we had transitioned more so to a PC Windows environment, and we were still running on the back end Unix servers. We were at that time had our own department, mail server, web server, DNS, our firewall. At some point in time, that basically crashed in the department. A lot of DNS attacks, and the college said, wait a minute, we're going to take over from the college end. We don't want you running duplicating services anymore. We're advanced enough in terms of the college. Let's take those responsibilities from you as a department. And they use the denial of service attacks, the DNS attacks, as the justification to basically pull back.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm sure if you go and look, you're going to find out that most CLTs were working there prior in their department or at the college before being hired. That they rarely get somebody from the outside, out of the blue, you know, fresh. And that in a way is a good thing. It's a very good thing, you know, that they do that they respect somebody's, you know, them helping their department through the time and so on like that. But they also lack the respect to find out they seem to be giving IT people a lot more credit than the CLTs. Yet without realizing that the people that started internet, communication, networking and everything were the CLTs, not IT. We had no IT people. We're the ones that created it. And then we get no credit for it at all. And boom, they give it to IT, and IT gets all the credit for doing everything and that. And not only that, I can name a number of departments that have their own virtual network, correct their own problem and everything. Okay, that without IT's work, help. And so these are the things that really have to be brought up and shown that, wait a minute, no, you can't say that this is doing this and this is doing that. No, we have to do it. Also, it has to be emphasized that we probably train more instructors to operate equipment and show them how it works more than anybody else does.
Pedro, that's if the instructors listen to you.
No, I've always had instructors listen. This is the problem. One of the
I have
problems is
instructors
that you
that
got to
break
get the respect. Yeah. You have to get the respect of your department. There's many ways to do it. There's a lot of ways to do it and so on and that. You know, being in the sciences, writing experiments, solving their research problems for them and so on like that is that. Listen, I've solved tons of research problems and I can tell you tons of other CLTs that solved research problems for people doing their research and so on, while their own faculty members couldn't help them would solve the problem.
Pedro, what
The reason the CLT helped them is because they thought outside the box.
Pedro, what field, even which kind of
Chemistry.
What was that?
Chemistry.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I now I feel totally out of my element because I'm in arts and humanities, you know. But also from our perspective, you know, I was hired by my department in a CA position in 2002. I was assisting with the classroom activity. In one case, well, I was actually enrolled in the class. You know, that got turned into a tutoring line because my department, like, were losing their CA lines. So in order to get money for our laboratory, for our design and digital media laboratory, our HIA at the time, who Emmanuel was talking about, him replacing eventually, was basically told that, oh, we can get tutoring lines out of instructional support. So then my line became a tutoring line. When Emmanuel came on, he saw that I was already on a CA line, put me back on the CA line as well as the tutoring line. And then when he realized he had the ability to hire adjunct CLTs, made sure that I got put on the short list for that. And has been trying to get me onto a full-time line or sub-line for the last 2 years without any avail. And we do a ton of work, you know, outside of the classroom. I'm attached to 1 or 2 classes a semester. I set up the lab, I fix the printers, I do these other things. Meanwhile, as Amy was and I were joking around about, you know, I'm that problem child because I'm still on 4 different pay lines. Guess what? On those 4 different pay lines, I don't have enough hours under any one of them to get insurance.
No, that's one thing they stopped, it turned out. It used to be that all an adjunct CLT needed was 10 hours to get health insurance. Now they made it 15.
I get 5 a week.
Yeah, they do that to make sure they don't have to give you no perk. And that is one of the problems. You see, what department are you working for?
Media culture at CSI. It's communications and cinema.
You see, I've noticed a thing that happens. In the sciences, the CLTs tend to be respected a little more than the social sciences or, you know, like history, math, you know, English, and so on. There are a few that are respected great by those things because they've done a fantastic job and that. But that is one of the things that have to change, okay? One of the problems with this union, I noticed, is that the members of the union, especially the DA and so on like that, there's not enough sciences on it, okay? Not enough with the natural sciences on it. That really support CLTs more so than the non-natural science. Not that there isn't not science, non-science departments that don't support their CLTs incredibly. But I'm just saying what the majority tends to be. Okay? And these are the things that have to be changed. Like I said, CUNY cannot have the power they have over CLTs. And Amy would agree, and everybody that knows it would agree. They can do whatever they want with us. Okay? And your department, if they get a faculty line, they can convert that to a CLT line if they want.
Three
Okay?
of our faculty members just left for greener pastures.
That's it. And, you know, I don't want to knock faculty members or anything else like that. But the fact of the matter is, when we do hiring for CLTs and faculty, I notice, not to sound bad to them or anything like this, they tend to be a dime a dozen. They tend to be a lot of people apply for the job of teaching faculty and so on. The CLT line or the technical line seems to be very hard to get a really good person. Okay? I mean, we had applied for a faculty line. We had what was it, 175 applications. When we did a CLT line years ago, we had 5 applications. And that could be because of pay, because of that. And then of those 5, it was very hard to find somebody that really was good and qualified for it. So this is what we have to push, the importance that we are very rare sometimes, and we are needed, and that we can put an input that is beyond what they can put in.
Pedro.
Yes.
This is Lorna from QC.
Yes.
I just wanted to say something. There was something that you said about I'm going to say paper qualification as opposed to hands-on experience.
Yes.
And I think it has to start with a conversation. It's a conversation that has to be started with the chairs, addressing
Correct.
the faculty members and letting them know that it's not only a piece of paper that validates us, but our experience that sometimes cannot be documented. I mean, I can tell you, it's especially during this pandemic, if you ask me what I did, I could not write it down. But I've done so many things that it is absolutely ridiculous. And the thing is, until us CLTs stop comparing ourselves to professors, we will always be, it will never be, that piece of paper will never be enough.
Correct.
I have 2 daughters, and they both tell me they're not going to grad school, but they're certified to the wazoo in whatever it is they're doing. One is an architect, one is an engineer. I said, you know, please go to grad school, get a master's or get a PhD, you can teach. And they're like, nope, not doing it. I am good where I am. And I've stepped back because it's the same thing, looking for that validation, looking for that tangible validation, which is absolutely not necessary. If we do the job that we do and we excel at what we do, our department chairs, our faculty members should appreciate it and should show us that, you know, you're doing an awesome job. But a lot of us feel, there's a word, it's gone out of my head. A lot of us feel as if in order, and it's not comparing ourselves to faculty, but it's like, we feel like, you know, they don't think that I'm smart enough. Hell, I know a lot of people who are smarter than people with PhDs. But it's something that we have to get our CLTs. We had a guy at our job years ago. He retired. And I swear to you, those guys, when I tell you, none of them had anything above a high school diploma. One of them had so many patents from the stuff that he did, it was ridiculous. He didn't have a piece of paper saying that he had anything above a high school diploma, but he did his job really well. He went above and beyond. So we have to stop looking to them to validate us. It's got to be on us.
That's right. Yeah, you're exactly correct. We cannot look. And I'm glad you brought the example of your children, because that is the way I'm seeing this. They're like our parents, and they're trying, and some CLTs are trying to, like, you know, you always try to make yourself look good for your parents and do what they want. Most kids, right? Some kids don't. But let's face the fact, we are a different animal than they are, and we have to accept that we are a different animal than they are. We are not them, okay? Now, does that make them better than us? No. Does that make us better than them? No, it doesn't. It has to be, except we're a member of a team. It's like football. A quarterback would be nobody without his offensive line there. That offensive line, those receivers, those running backs is what makes it. Even though the quarterback gets all the prestige in the
Praise.
world.
Yes. Yes.
Okay? This is what has to be realized. We are different animals. We all have a job to do, and the job is very important in that. And we have to, it took me a while to get a department to accept everything I said, right? They've realized it as time went on. Okay, he knows what he's doing. I've written the lab manuals. Whenever there's a new experiment, they come to me. Now they have a problem with their research, they come to me. It's something that has to be gained in the department. And the way you do that is by instilling yourself in there. I've always told people, you know what you got to do in your department? Make yourself invaluable. They can't operate without you. Whatever you have to do to make yourself invaluable. Hey, you know, if I disappear, guess what? This department's falling apart. Okay.
Try using that as a negotiation tactic.
No, you can't. But
no, you can't. I know. I'm telling you, you can't. I've tried.
Well, you know, it's not that you can't. It's just that when you're off from work, when you're not there, you will be missed.
Yes.
That's the thing. You need to carve a niche for yourself in something that you do that you excel in, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a practical thing. It's all, sometimes it's just your problem solving skills. You know, let's say that Steve will be. You know, if Steve was here, he would have an answer. It's not just the hands-on. It's also what you bring to the table, and we have to value ourselves.
By the way, Lorna, that doesn't work.
Yeah. It doesn't work?
No, because I had broken my leg and I was not working. And I found when I came back to work, they had just left it. They did say, oh, Steve's not here. Steve will have the answer. And yeah, of course, Pedro could tell you because he's probably done this. I came back and I found the answer. I found the answer within an hour, something that they were overlooking because they weren't thinking outside the box. I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, well, and you know what? Next time, they'll look to you.
I'm lucky in the fact that my senior CLT was in this meeting because he is the one that, you know, he and I will sit in the lab and think outside the box together.
Think outside the box.
Together. And when we talk about people and supervisors having your backs, I know he has my back. He knows I have his back. We have another CLT member who I basically sent an invitation to this meeting, who hasn't come to any union meetings that I know of. And I know he's very close with the faculty and is in his position because of the faculty, because he was a recent graduate. And I was trying to explain to him that, you know, this, you might want to come to this. You know, you might want to know more about what's going on.
Yeah, but he's on there. What I do find is that there are a lot of people who are new, who I don't think they realize the value.
He was actually hired over me for that position too. So that might just be me being spiteful saying it, but I didn't get a chance to apply because I broke my leg. Literally, the application process closed the day I got out of rehab.
Wow.
So,
well, you know, that is one of the issues and problems that we have. Like I was telling Amy, a lot of them usually were adjuncts and so on, and then they're hired full-time, and that when the position comes up, because the department tends to know that could be a benefit or that could be a hindrance. Okay, they know you too well, and they don't want you there.
It possibly is in my case.
Okay.
I will tell you that I am being bullied in regard to our other agenda items today. and the faculty member in question that's bullying me will say, no, Steve's definitely a bully. Steve uses the graphic design lab as a bully pulpit at times. And it's like, okay, that's great, but your students need to know how to save a file properly. Your students need to know how to print properly. Your students need to know all this technical information that I know when I went out for jobs outside the university, that I didn't have a lot of the info that I came back with, and that they're not going to get jobs with just their bachelor's in communication with a concentration in digital design and multimedia.
Hey, this goes back to what we talked about in the integration, how things work together with the theory, the techniques, the technology, and the students. You can't have one without the other. I mean, theory is
right.
That's fine. You can learn all the theory you want, but unless you have hands-on experience, you're actually doing that work. You're not really applying the theory you learned. I could teach you how to point and click. That's fine. But if you don't understand the theory, you don't understand the concepts and why, which button, which menu to click. When do you actually use it? It's a bit complicated, not complicated, but it goes deeper in terms of education and training and
Yes.
skill.
Most definitely, Amy. I totally agree. And I also see Pedro's point of views. But I wanted to mention something that it's a thought that I have. So as I mentioned earlier, I work at LaGuardia Community College. I work in the Natural Sciences Department, and I specifically work in the microbiology laboratories. So for me, when it comes to having an education, it's very important for a person who's going to work in a microbiology laboratory. You cannot merely just have a high school diploma in order for you to work in that kind of laboratory. You have to have a very comprehensive scientific knowledge in order for you to be able to work and to produce the amount of work that's needed from you. And that goes on from working with microorganisms to preparing cultures and media to preparing experiments to troubleshooting experiments and research practices. It's a lot of work. I think it's important to realize that, yes, we are CLTs. Yes, we are all under the same umbrella. And in some conditions that, as Pedro mentioned, having a diploma does not, or a degree does not equate to experience. But I feel like there are some exclusions here where a degree is necessary and crucial in order for the CLT to function in their job. And also, I think also depends on the college as well, and also on the department level of what kind of responsibilities you have and what's being asked from you. I think it's important to realize people's expertise and experience, but at the same time, we need also to recognize their achievements and what they have done. I have been a part of actually hiring a CLT, and during that process, I had so many applicants. I actually, for us, I had around 150 applicants for the position. And what was shocking to me, I had people with PhDs and masters applying because there was job scarcity. And it's very difficult for people, even with a bachelor's in biology, to find a job. And I think this is also some things we need to keep in mind. This is just what I wanted to mention in general. So I don't want to go on and on and on.
No, I've seen that also. I've seen people, and usually, and the phrase that they use is they're overqualified, applying for job because of job scarcity.
I agree. Education in some cases are that, but it should be left up to departments and what is required for the job. And that, listen, I'm not knocking education. If anybody thinks that's this thing, my daughter's a PhD and all this and that. And guess what she does? She's a a detective in the NYPD in controlling gun violence. So it just goes to show you, okay? I have no problem with education, none at all in that. But what I have a problem is that if you start putting this education all the way out there, and just use that. They're going to use it as a blocking to stop bringing people in that might have experience that would actually help the department and the students learn even more. Okay, just like they did with the minimum limits of 10% and so on. CUNY always brings that up. Why they ain't going to oh, there's a 10% limit. We're at 10%. Okay, there shouldn't be a limit. If you can have everybody in CUNY to be a full professor, why can't everybody in CUNY be a chief CLT? Okay, especially if they're doing the job that's required for it. The other thing that has to be eliminated from the contract, if you notice, every job description throws the faculty in there. Under faculty, under faculty, under faculty, under faculty. No, listen, I don't know any faculty member that ever helped me do my job. Okay, I don't even know one. But yet, in the description of the thing, it says I have to be under their control, which is a joke. Okay, listen, I can understand being under the chair's control because he's the bottom line in that, but why under faculty control? I am bright enough to handle the job myself. They usually don't even know the job I'm doing. They don't know how to order. They don't know how to get a lot of quotes and so on like that. They don't know how to fix equipment. So to be under their supervision of every faculty member, and that's one of the problems we have. Because of those statements, every faculty member at CUNY thinks they're your boss, and they shouldn't be your boss. It should be put in writing, you are under the chair, period, and nobody else. Okay, but the way they feel, they think you are under their control.
Pedro, that's where the organization chart comes in.
Listen, the organization chart can do whatever you want. Unless it's in the contract, they ain't going to follow it. Okay, they're always going to throw back.
Chart is at a department level, and it does. No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
I'll give you a good example. They decide to change your job, even though your college says, no, this is what your job description is, and so on. CUNY says, well, now I'm making CLTs do that. Guess what? Your college has no right. CLT wrote in the contract, they have all the power they want. They can move you wherever they want. Okay, that's why it has to be in the contract.
Okay, let's let Mustafa speak. And I see Paula, Alicia, Daniel, welcome for this riveting discussion.
Can I speak now, Amy?
Yes, Mustafa, go ahead.
Thank you all. Hello, everybody, my respected colleagues. I agree both with Pedro and Sharif. Yes, PSC has to take some steps. And also we need what Sharif said, what is the organization chart, because that is important for local college-wise and PSC CUNY-wide. Both of you guys are important, the points you raise, and both has to be taken care. What Sharif said and what Pedro said. And now, first thing, as a CLT, salary. My first basic question, salary. We deserve and we must, and PSC should help us, and we should raise our organization to get proper salary with wider range, so that after 2 years or at the last, if you reach at the last end of the bottom, then you are freeze, no more increase of salary or something like that, no promotions, this and that. It is not acceptable at this moment. That has to be done, and we have to find a way. Second thing is, does not matter, our designation is CLT. We want mutual respect. We want to work with faculty, including research, support, teaching lab, but it is not a one-way ticket. If the faculty respect me, I will go one step forward beyond my working hour. I'm ready to do that. And only it is, can you convince me or can you motivate me to do extra? So it is a mutual respect. We respect them as a faculty. Does not matter if they have a PhD degree. A lot of CLTs have a PhD degree. So we respect them as a faculty. They have to respect us as a member of the department and as a CLT professional. We are professional, they are professional. We respect each other. We cannot work together without mutual respect. But if you, most of the faculty members are very respectful, but some bad apples, which screws, and also some of us also are not properly trained, not properly educated in terms of manner. So it is both parties. I'm talking in general. Now, the third thing about education. If the salary range is wide, it does not matter high school diploma or a PhD degree holder, CLT. When they are hired or later on, based on their experience, education, skill, if the salary range is wide, the department and the system can consider where to fit that person based on their education, experience, skills. Let me give you one example. My previous job, I was working in Pfizer Analytical R&D. One of my senior director in analytical research and development had only a bachelor's degree. He has 5 PhDs working under him in his lab for 5 years. But if you consider his education, he has simply a bachelor's degree. And he was considered one of the 5 expertise in HPLC in the whole worldwide Pfizer analytical R&D area. I'm not talking about United States, the Pfizer worldwide, but he had only a bachelor's degree. So we have to consider everything, but again, salary, if it has a wide range, mutual respect, and stop bullying or harassment. If you want something beyond what CLT is working hour, come forward with a respectful, professional way and talk. That's I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa.
So Mustafa,
Alicia.
Sorry.
Alicia's hands is up.
You're muted, Alicia.
I know. I had to get to it.
Oh.
I couldn't get the mouse to move. So I just want to say a few things about my own experience. So when I went to get promoted, we did have to do an organizational chart. So the chair knew and I knew and the administration knew, but faculty still assumed I was some sort of sidekick assistant that not all of them, quite a lot are very respectful and everything. Quite a lot don't know what we really do. They're kind of confused. And there are a couple that actually think we're like janitorial or something. They leave dishes for us to wash, their personal dishes, all kinds of crazy stuff goes on. And that's, not the majority, but that happens, it really dehumanizes you. It really knocks you down a level. Like you feel like you're doing a good job, you're doing everything you're supposed to do, and then someone says, "Here, I'm leaving these dishes in your sink with onion soup in it." It's demoralizing, They walk through your area. They use your phone, your computer. The respect thing, I think, is huge, huge. What this lady was saying earlier, I'm sorry, I tried to write down everyone's names. She did the whole thing on respect. I'm sorry, I just totally lost her name here. Clara, that's it, I just found it. Excellent, and that really is like the first step, I think. Educating faculty and administration what we do, particularly faculty, because they really don't know. We had a meeting at my college with the president and provost speaking about the promotional stuff, and they had a faculty member there who was on the committee for promotion, and he blurts out, "Well, CLTs have the same salary that instructors do. In my department, they make the same salary." And I went, "No." And the president was kind of shocked. The guy seemed to be, and he's the guy on the committee for promotion, and he had the impression that CLTs make the same salary range an instructor does, and the same promotional opportunities. I don't think, and he was on the promotion committee. It was very confusing. I think salary range is probably something, or if it's not salary range, there's something we have to do for those CLTs who are going above and beyond. So we have a lot of what they call, it's a
almost a derogatory term, but test tube washers. We do have people that do that. They just come in and prep what they're told to do, and they don't want to do anymore, and that's okay. And then we have people that work in offices or kind of administrative almost areas, and maybe they can have a high school diploma and very minimal training. But then the CLTs that really, like some of you are saying, who have higher degrees, a lot of expertise in a very particular area. Also, maybe they worked their way up and they did have a high school diploma, and now they're doing a lot of stuff. They're doing a lot of supervising, they're doing a lot of scheduling and ordering, and they've now moved to another level where, is there some way we could get those maybe seniors and chiefs either release time or professional development time? Because if you're obligated, like I have a class that runs every 10 minutes from the morning to the night till 10:30 at night. So every minute I'm there, I have to supervise that class. But I also have other responsibilities, so it makes it difficult if you're essentially doing 2 or 3 jobs at a time. So those are just my thoughts on it. Respect is a big thing. If we could get respect from faculty, it would change the world for us.
But like faculty development, you could apply for it just like a faculty member could. Okay?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Yes, you could apply to it just like a faculty member is, and release time could be given to you for it. Okay? It's part of the contract, in fact. There's money there that they always complain about that we don't spend. I think Amy, if she's still around, would tell you, or whoever would know this a little better than I would, but they are faculty development.
CLTs as
you
well?
can apply for it. Yeah, the CLTs.
Yeah, for
can apply
CLTs,
for
yeah.
it.
You could have a
Okay.
year out sabbatical.
Well, sabbatical I know, but I didn't know about.
And you get paid 80%.
Right.
No, it depends on 6 months. Yes, and what Pedro said too. That's in the contract.
That's in the contract that you can do. Remember, the key thing is the contract. They'll always jump to the contract with things. So the words in the contract have to be changed to give them no choice in the matter. Okay? Get rid of minimum, get rid of that. We got to make a promotional system for CLTs, something that is set in stone. And is anybody here a believer that time and grade should not play a part in you getting promoted?
What do you mean by time?
I'll raise a half a hand.
Okay.
I'll tell you why, Pedro, because I have seen CLTs that are there 20 years that do the very, very minimum. They don't even go to department meetings. They want nothing to do. They don't help you, nothing. And they are swept along then in that promotion. And that might not be fair to people that are busting their buns.
Okay, but if you can create a system, a point-weighted system of education, performance of duty, and time and grade, that all of them are weighed in. And once they add up to a certain amount of points, you qualify for promotion, plain and simple. Okay? That everything is included. I hate bringing up the military all the time, but that's how the military did promotions. Okay?
I agree with you, Pedro. It has to be written and it has to be under PSC contract.
That's right. So you have to make that in the contract. This is how a CLT gets promoted. He gets whatever. You need 9 points for promotion, just to give you an arbitrary number out there, right? You get a maximum of 3 points for timing grade. You get a maximum of 4 points for this. You get a maximum of, let's say, 5 points for education. You get a maximum of performing your duty, evaluations and all that. You get a maximum of 6 points. And 9 points qualifies you for promotion. Okay? This is how a system has to be set up. Okay?
Irma's hand is up.
May I say something?
Sure.
So you guys mentioned, like for me, what upsets me first, well, there's many things that upset me. It's not that bad with me, but that's because I know a lot. So one of the things that I'm a registered nurse. I used to be a trauma nurse. And in the hospital, what we did was, what I'm unhappy about is I'm at the top. I'm a CLT and I'm at the top and I can't get any more money. So what we used to do at the hospital, the same thing happened at the beginning when I was a nurse in 70. I don't remember anyway, whatever year it was. the newcomers were making as much as the people with the experience. So what they started doing was paying experience pay. So like you said, some CLTs do the bare minimum, but in the hospital setting, you got experience pay, but you also had an annual evaluation that I noticed that they say, oh, once you get tenure, you shouldn't get an evaluation. But I truly believe you need to get an evaluation every semester or at least once a year. And the faculty getting an evaluation, that's mandatory. I really think, I don't know, I never thought I would say this, but I think it should be mandatory as well for the CLTs. Because what happened to me, oh, go ahead.
In the contract.
No.
In the contract, it does say for CLTs to be annually evaluated. And if they do not give you your evaluation, you can also request it.
I know that. And if I request it, I have to do it. And I'm thinking I have to find the time to do it. But this is the thing, that it should be the way it's scheduled for the faculty. At that same time, it should be done for the CLT. Because what happened to me was that I've had, I don't know if it's 4 or 5 or 6 supervisors. And one supervisor wanted to, well, I didn't know, she gave everybody a bad evaluation. And had I been given an evaluation after tenure, then maybe that evaluation wouldn't have even been looked at or considered. Even though at the end it worked out because that same supervisor changed, gave me a satisfactory evaluation, but she was there to give everybody an unsatisfactory. So I think it's very important that we get annual evaluations, and then based on that, then get experience pay. And also the other thing that drives me crazy, I'm tired of doing other people's jobs. And so in my department, the chair is really not the one who I answer to, it's to the coordinator. It's a nursing department. So I have the coordinator and then the clinical coordinator. And I don't think they really know the job description. I'm always having to remind them. And then because someone wasn't doing it, even though they're supposed to, like the purchase requisitions, I'm not supposed to be doing that. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that. I found that out by going to the CLT union meetings and going to the delegate meetings. But try to tell that to my bosses, they don't know. It's like, no, it seems like the coordinators are not given any kind of orientation on what the job description is of everyone. I don't
We're
know.
starting exactly 1
dumb.
o'clock. Just want to inform everyone, you got maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
To wrap it up.
You could actually be doing requisitions. I'm not sure that is out of the question.
You're supposed to make, you can make the request and not create the purchase requisitions. The creation of the purchase requisition is supposed to be the office assistant, administrative assistant, office assistant, but it's not supposed to be our job. I'm doing it, but my understanding is throughout CUNY and in hostels and other departments, just check off what you need and then they create the purchase requisition.
Well,
and so
we
they do a lot of crazy things in
CUNY
my job.
Yeah, we usually go on CUNY first, put in the request.
So do I. I'm an expert at that. I can
Right.
work in that department.
Then the
We're not supposed to be
department
doing
chair,
that.
right. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amy has her hand up and then everyone.
Go ahead. Who says that?
You got 1 minute.
So this goes back to the presentation that Sharif presented in terms of what is actually in the code of practice. So if you remember back what was highlighted in the red words, does that actually reflect and characterize accurately what, the purchase requisitions? What was in red, how the CUNY defined it? Is it a technical advanced responsibility in terms of purchase orders and processing for requisitions? And this is where we get into that entanglement of it's a gray area, because we know that in some CLT job descriptions, particularly at the department level, whether it be at a chief CLT or a senior CLT where we most see it, those CLTs are responsible for the purchasing in their
I know
department.
that's different, but when I have to order tests for the department, not right.
Irma, hold on. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me just finish and then I'll hand the mic to you. But this is what we're talking about. We have to respect one another. Okay, even amongst our own group. When we are talking, we also have to allow others to finish. Okay, it also begins with us too. Okay, so again, every department has different job descriptions for CLTs. It's very specific. And what Pedro does in his department may actually be written in his job description. And Irma, what you do in your job description, is written very specific to your department. And CUNY also has the right to change that job description so long as it falls within the bounds of that code of practice definition for the title. So this is where we work one-on-one with Greg Durrells, the grievance counselor for CLTs, to go through exactly what it is you do, what is in the written language of your department's job description for you, and what is in the code of practice, and what has been the past practice within your department. And through that, it helps the grievance counselor with your case to determine, do you have an out of title grievance? Yes or no, that's number one. How egregious is it? And are you happy doing it? Because if you're happy, do you want to file a grievance for it? Or if you're unhappy with it, then maybe you decide you want to file a formal grievance, or you would like the grievance counselor to step in on your behalf and talk to your department chair. So there are all different avenues that can be explored. The important thing is to remember, and the takeaway is, if you want something changed, if you're not happy about it, okay, and it's very upsetting and disturbing to you, please reach out to the grievance counselor, reach out to myself, reach out to Jeanette as well. We also have some CLT campus reps on each of the campuses, to put you in touch with. Okay.
Thank you, Amy. Steve, I know your hand is up, but it's already 1 o'clock.
I just
And
want. Sorry, I'll put it down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I want to welcome everyone back. I hope you had a joyful lunch. And I want to welcome every officers from the PSC. Thank you, every chapter chair that is here, and every faculty and HEALS, and of course, our CLT. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for taking part of this Zoom meeting, getting together, knowing each other, sharing with each other, learning from each other in the Unity. So right now we are going to start a panel of discussion, and Jackie, our CLT chapter officer at large, is going to introduce this panel. Thank you, Jackie.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to part 2 of our CLT Unity Day. For today, we will be discussing how to win big on contract demands. All right. We have 4 panelists. The first speaker will be James Davis, our new PSC president. I have one question for each panelist. So, James, are you ready?
Absolutely, Jackie. Fire away, Jackie.
All right. My question for you: how do resolutions get implemented in the contract campaign?
Okay. You guys can hear me okay? Okay. So I don't know. I mean, I can answer that question really directly, Jackie, and I hope that as the panel develops, then we'll all have a chance maybe to elaborate. Because I think I understand the question, but I also want to make sure we can unpack it over the course of the hour. So am I right? Should I just answer the question directly and then you can move on to the other panelists, Jackie? Is that what you'd like?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of the bargaining, the contract negotiations process, I'm just going to give you like a very mechanical response, okay? Not like a political response, a very mechanical response, and then we can develop that as we go along.
Okay.
The way that the union develops a bargaining agenda is through discussion, with various titles and constituent groups. And any bargaining agenda before it comes, into negotiating discussion between the university and the bargaining team has to be agreed upon has to be agreed to and voted up at the delegate assembly. So I'll actually, just for the sake of brevity, I'll drop into the chat in case people haven't seen it before or just need a reminder. The bargaining agenda from 2017 that was approved in late 2017 by the delegate assembly. If I can find it and if I can use my Zoom correctly, I'll drop that in the chat. But I think the response to your question, Jackie, is that the executive council goes through a process of soliciting input from the members and from the various titles, and out of that develops a proposal to put before the delegate assembly. And then it's the delegate assembly's decision to finalize the bargaining agenda or to send it back if it's not satisfactory, to send it back for further development. So Jackie, is that part way towards what you were asking about?
Well, basically, how about this? If a resolution is passed in the DA, what happens after it's passed? Is it just passed and then that's it? It goes back into the universe? Or how is that resolution properly represented that it, we make sure that it goes through? That becomes reality.
Right. I think what I dropped in the chat is an example that I was discussing. I mean, I hear the force of the question, Jackie. Like, how do we make sure that a resolution that comes out of a chapter or any chapter actually goes into effect and gets implemented? What you're really asking is a political question. I mean, there's two layers to what you're describing. There's the internal layer of what goes on within the PSC, and then the external layer, which is how contracts get negotiated out in the world in a political context, right? So internally, if a resolution gets passed that, and I don't remember the wording of the CLT resolution, but if that gets passed, right, then that means that in any proposal, right, that the EC would bring forward to the delegate assembly would include the language, a proposal for our bargaining agenda should include the language that was passed by the delegate assembly, and presumably that delegate assembly, right, would honor the language from the resolution. I think what you're getting at is really as though at the next steps, which is how do we actually fight and stay strong enough to win the things that are in that, in that agenda, whether it comes through a resolution or whether it comes out of the list of bargaining demands. So, I mean, I would kind of like to open up, the conversation broadly past that, because I know, Jackie, you've been involved in contract negotiations too, but I don't want to preclude any rapid fire questions you might have for my colleagues. So let me know if you want me to continue with my segment, or if you have I don't know what the format is that you want to do, but.
No, I would like for you to continue in your segment.
Okay, good. So what I want to talk about then is how to move, I mean, picking up on where Jackie was, right? How to move an agenda or an expression of the needs or interests of any constituent group, right? In this case, college lab technicians, through the process of negotiating a contract. And I want to try to break it down in terms of before, during, and after, okay? I mean, the broadest kind of observation that I would make is that it's very important, and you guys are already exemplifying this, it's very important to start early and to stay engaged. So we all know that the next contract does not expire, right, until February 2023. But look at what's happening already, right? Look at what's happening here today, and look at the organizing that CLTs are already engaged in. That is vitally important. Part of that organizing, as the title of today's session indicates, right, is not only are you organizing amongst yourselves, so to speak, but you're also outreaching and collaborating with other people across the university in different titles. Creating that unity generating that unity and maintaining that unity in the run-up, right, into the formulating of bargaining demands. All of this is prologue to the really critical piece where the rubber hits the road in the actual negotiations. So this is all really important part of like the before, right? So starting early and then staying engaged is what I want to focus on. So before is making sure that you have a role in shaping that context in which we go into the contract negotiations. What do I mean by that, shaping that context? There's an internal piece of it and there's an external piece of it. The internal piece is making sure that your executive council, your delegate assembly, your colleagues in other titles understand what a CLT is, or I should say are, right? Because there's plural, there's so many different things you all do. But part of what today is about and the whole campaign that this chapter is waging right now is to raise that consciousness and to raise that awareness so that even though numerically you may be small, and frankly, you're not actually that small. I mean, if you look around the different constituent groups, right, we've moved through negotiating sessions around things like bringing, CLIP and CUNY START instructors onto annualized salaries, for instance, right? Or library faculty, numerically smaller units, but politically forceful. And that's really what you're generating here is, 500 or so, whatever the exact number is, bringing folks together in order to make everyone else in the bargaining unit fully understand the integral role that people play and the needs and the interests of lab technicians. So that internal piece is really important as the before. And again, I think you're engaged in that in a really critical way already. The external piece of before is something that we're all involved in, that we all share a stake in, which is participating in the union's broadest efforts to really shape the political landscape in which any contract gets negotiated. And when you talk to people who have been involved, sort of highest level union negotiations, one thing that they'll tell you is every contract gets negotiated in a new context. And so it's very hard to guarantee in advance X, Y, or Z can get done because, it's different trying to negotiate directly, for example, in the wake of 9/11 or directly in the wake of the recession that hit, after the fiscal collapse 2008, 2009, and conditions may be different. Who knows, right? They're different right now, hopefully, than they will be when we're sitting down across the bargaining table in 2023. So part of the point is that making sure that as we move out of the COVID period, right, that the COVID and the recession that has attended that does not become the pretext, right, for pushing through a kind of additional conditions of austerity like we've already seen, and that you become part, right, and I know you already are, part of the union's effort to say any recovery from the pandemic is going to have to go through CUNY. CUNY is going to need to necessarily be central to any economic recovery. And frankly, also on the electoral and legislative side, and many of you are more involved even than I have been, but putting people into those elected positions of power so that when we sit down across the table from CUNY and they talk to us about what their quote unquote funding partners are willing or unwilling to do, and Jackie, you know that term, they talk about the city and they talk about the state and what their funding partners are ready to do, that we have funding partners in those roles who see CUNY as more than just some place to park, right, a bunch of students, and crank out some diplomas, that they actually see it as an engine of economic mobility, and that they see our students as intellectual creatures who deserve a high quality education. Putting people in those elected official positions and shaping the political and economic landscape is all part of the before. But let's get back then to the brass tacks, right? I mean, I think all of that is critically important. The bargaining agenda that I shared with you, right? Everyone in the CLT chapter, right, needs to come together in helping, right, people across the bargaining unit and in helping the executive council to understand the priorities of college lab technicians heading into any round of contract negotiations. And you know, just like any title, there are myriad elements or components of need, and some feel more acute. And since we work at CUNY, like they all feel acute, right? And so identifying which of the issues and needs are priorities for CLTs is a really important part of developing the bargaining agenda. Not because some of them need to be ignored, but for example, it's very important if you feel that salary is the most important acute need for college lab technicians, that's very important to communicate. If you feel anti-bullying is critically important, if you feel access to promotional opportunities is critically important, that's important, right? That's important to unify around as a chapter. Workload, right? Access to professional development funds, for example. These are all areas where we could conceivably move and prioritize, and part of that is listening, right, to you all as the bargaining agenda is being formulated. There are specific things, and you know, I've talked to, and I'm sure others here too have spoken to Amy and Jeanette and others on this call about concretely about ways to move that bargaining agenda forward. One thing I feel is really, you know, is really very important is, you know, there's a CLT on the executive council now, and Amy Ju, obviously that's very important. It's really important you guys have elected leadership that's strong for you, that's critically important. But I really also want to emphasize how important it is to have local campus level organizing. And here I want to stress articulation with the chapter leaders from, you know, from the faculty and HEO leadership on every campus, because at the end of the day, yes, you have Amy in the executive council, and yes, you have strong elected leadership, you know, in Jeanette and Louisa and others, and I don't want to minimize that, but the strength, right, of the chapter is really going to rely on that integrated organizing and collaboration across the bargaining unit within the chapters. And I don't want to overstate, you know, I don't want to say that that's a simple thing, because we all know that the way that our union is structured, it can work sometimes like silos, right? The way that our chapters are structured. So we need to work against those silos and really do that, that organizing in an intentional way that brings faculty and professional staff of different titles into contact with one another and doing that kind of organizing. I'll try to be quick because I know my colleagues have important things to share, but this is all of what I would consider to be the before. I want to say a couple of quick things on the during, and then one thing about the after. During contract negotiations, you know, what we try to do is to make sure that at the bargaining table, we have people who represent on our bargaining team the different types of institutions that are in our bargaining unit. So we have, you know, community college, we have EOCs, we have senior colleges. We have a very, very complicated bargaining unit to represent at the table. And we also try to have representation from as many titles as possible. And so we're fortunate, and we obviously, we haven't got to the point where we are selecting a bargaining team, but we are fortunate to have a CLT on our executive council, and it wouldn't shock me if that CLT winds up on our bargaining team. Now that's important, but what's also really, really important, right, is that you all attend when you're able and invited, that you attend bargaining sessions. And there's no cookie cutter way that's prescribed for how bargaining gets conducted. We have past practice, and you know, we have a new EC now and we have new officers, but one thing we've always tried to do is, when possible, to bring members of the bargaining unit into the room. And sometimes what we're able to do is, when we're trying to negotiate around issues that affect specific titles, to bring, not only to have people from those titles in the room, but actually participating in bargaining sessions. So I don't want to overstate that and promise that every time CLT's issues are going to be on the table, you're all going to be invited at the table to talk. However, that can be some of the most productive, that can be one of the most productive ways to move the university in bargaining, is not just to hear from the chief negotiator, but then also to say, well, here's Sharif. Let's hear from Sharif about his specific issue about salary compression, right? Or why the equity raises that we won in the 2017-23 contract, right, were not sufficient and we need to do more going forward. Hearing directly from people who work in those titles, the university listens differently, and that can often help to move the conversation, even if it's to achieve a more granular, authentic understanding about what it is college lab technicians actually do on the day-to-day. That can move the university in ways that us union bureaucrats on the bargaining team are not able always to do. So I would encourage people, if and when invited, to participate in those sessions and to represent yourselves at the table. Away from the bargaining table, the last thing I want to say about during, we like to say, and I think it's really true, a lot of what we're able to achieve or not in a bargaining, in a round of contract negotiations, happens away from the table as much as it does as what happens in the room. So, and forgive me if this sounds trite or cliche, but it really is true. Participate to the extent that you possibly can. And you all have demanding jobs. And so I know, when the union calls a rally, it's not always at a time that you're able to be there. I totally get that. And that's true of our, of our higher education officers and many, many others. And frankly, it's true of my colleagues in the faculty as well. But when you are able to come out, whether it's to a rally, a demonstration, a campus-based contract meeting, if you're able to participate when we do in Board of Trustees meetings, right? Because we often have protracted contract negotiations because we're actually demanding something more than just the pattern. And if you want, we can talk about pattern bargaining. So often we're demanding more than just the pattern that other unions are accepting. If we were willing as a union to just accept the pattern of salary increases, we could settle contracts like that, right? But we're not, in past practice, we're not that kind of union. And so we end up, right, going to Board of Trustees meetings. We end up in the streets. We end up in coalition meetings with CUNY Rising Alliance. And that's where it's really important to have you there in the mix and representing your interests and the interests of the PSC as a whole. Testimony at City Council is important. And I'll stop after this. Testifying before City Council is very important. Testifying before the state legislature is very important. So again, that sometimes feels like unsexy or maybe even ineffective, but the stuff we do away from the table is as important as what goes on and what gets transacted across the table. We can make arguments till we're blue in the face. They are often good arguments, whether it's about CLTs, whether it's about adjuncts, whatever it is. But arguments at the end of the day are not always what wins. What wins is what's happening away from the table. And then the after, and this is the after piece, anytime we sign a contract, it's only as good as the paper that is printed on, unless we are able to implement and enforce it. And here you guys have been already vocal and active around this, but here participating in labor management meetings where issues come up and we notice the contract's not being implemented in the way we intended or in the way that CUNY told us it would be implemented, very important to have your voice in the room for that as well, and to hold us accountable, right, in the leadership for following through and implementing the contract that both sides agreed to, because a contract is an agreement between our employer and our union. So I think I want to stop there, but for me, that before, during, and after piece is really important to follow through. And I'm looking forward to any questions or comments that you might have. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you about this.
Great.
Jackie, I have a question, Jackie. Do you want to do the other question and then whoever wants has their hands up at the end?
All right, we can do it that way.
Or do you want, there's only one hand up.
Well, I have a question too.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, James, I remember the first time I met you was at a board of trustees meeting. Do you remember that?
No.
That's the first time I met you. Okay, now the second thing I wanted to say is, do you think it's possible that we would be able to have at least 2 CLTs on the contract negotiations team?
Jackie, I know the answer that you want me to say, but I mean, I can't commit to that without discussion within the executive council. So I hear you and I understand fully where that's coming from. And I know, having been on the bargaining team with you and the executive council with you, I fully appreciate what's behind the question.
Thank you, James. Pedro.
Yeah, I think what Jackie was trying to say, the resolution that passed in November, what is the union doing to push that forward through the colleges? For example, everything's a give and take. If you want CLTs to support this union blindly and completely, you have to give them something back. Has the union been calling chairs to tell each college to pass what we asked for in that resolution? I've dealt with our chapters and they haven't heard anything except just saying that the resolution passed. Instead of the union pressing them, listen, at your college, let's pass these bylaws at your college, and so on. That would show the CLTs that at least the faculty is backing you up now. And we will probably then back them up completely, then just to go our own separate ways and say, well, the hell with them. They're not backing me up. Why should I even bother with them? Okay. And also to look at the numbers of CLTs that participate in demonstrations and compare them to the faculty, you got to look at the percentages. Like you said, we're 35-hour-a-week workers. And their time is very valuable to them. They have families, they have other commitments, they have other, well, faculties are not 35-hour-a-week workers, and so on. So if you get 10% of the CLTs coming to the demonstrations and 7% of the faculty coming to the demonstration, then, you know, that participation of the CLTs is quite adequate in comparison. Okay, but the big thing is, are you pushing this resolution to the chapters down the line to push the chairs to go along with it, to push the faculty executive committees to go along with it? Because I have not heard anything from the union going down saying, push this resolution to show respect to the CLTs, that we do appreciate them.
Right. So Pedro, I hear you. I'm going to respond really briefly to that. And then, I mean, my understanding is that we only have an hour on the question of contract negotiations, and we have actually incredible resources in the room right now in Penny and Dean and Sharon. And so I don't want to preclude that, but I mean, I hear the concern, and Pedro, I hope that I was clear that I'm not talking about a quid pro quo thing where we expect as the union for CLTs to come out because we did this and therefore that. No. Part of the message I want to convey here is absolutely what we need to be doing, right, is showing that when we sit down for contract negotiations, it's not enough to just say, okay, here's the pie, here's the whole pie that you guys get, right? The way pattern bargaining works is, you know, you get 10.4% raise to spread across 4 years. You guys decide how you want to carve that up. And then we're all in a feeding frenzy, being pitted against one another for percentage pieces of the pie. And what part of what I was trying to just to convey in terms of being all in and unified around not just a bargaining agenda, but the union trying to shift the political landscape is to say, we don't want to just be engaged in fighting each other for crumbs from that pie. We want to actually say, no, there's a bigger pie out there. It's possible to get that where, yes, CLTs will benefit, and also the adjuncts who are agitating for pay equity will benefit, and also the full professors will benefit. In terms of integrating CLTs in the spirit of the resolution, I'll just make 2 observations about that because I don't think I have definitive evidence one way or the other. But one thing that I have noticed for sure is that the message has gone through clearly to chapter chairs that both higher education officer representatives and college lab technicians should be involved in the development of labor management meetings at the chapter level. So, you know, with the faculty chapter, we are entitled by the contract to sit down with management twice a semester. And I feel, and other people on this call can either confirm or correct me on that, but it feels clear to me that that message has got through to the faculty chapter chairs that professional staff should be involved in labor management meetings, not siloed off into their own only separate labor management meetings with theirs. So again, the effectiveness of that, the proof will be in the pudding. And the other thing I think that's really useful that's happened is that both Cindy Bink as the HEO chapter chair and Jeanette as the CLT chapter chair have been very involved and very vocal in meeting in the biweekly meetings of the community college chapter chairs and the senior college chapter chairs. They're really now, at least in my view, woven into the fabric of those discussions. They are not shrinking violets. You may know that about your chapter chair, Jeanette. She's not holding back. And I would say the same thing about Cindy. They're out there and they're in the fray. So I think I want to just stop there because I don't want to take up too much more of the time, but that would be, you know, preliminarily my response, Pedro, to the question. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, James. I appreciate you and your answers. Okay, so we're going to move on to Dean Hubbard, who is our new PSC Executive Director. Dean, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Here's your question. Can you give us an overview of the bargaining process and what happens during negotiations?
Yeah, happy to. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm very happy to be here and appreciate the invitation. As Jackie indicated, I've been your executive director for a relatively brief time. I started in January, but I have more than 3 decades of experience before that throughout the labor movement in both the public and private sectors in New York and nationally. And so what I would like to do to answer that question is to sort of give the big picture of especially the way the legal system and the law impacts the internal and external political dynamics that James was talking about, that really affect what happens at the bargaining table. So, you know, we are a public sector union. Our employer, CUNY, is a governmental entity. And that has very sort of concrete implications for you know, what happens for us at the bargaining table. For one thing, the whole process is governed by this law that's called the Taylor Law that applies only to public sector workers in New York. And although there's good parts about the Taylor Law, for example, it does require public sector employers to bargain with the unions of their employees. It does allow for unions to file improper practice charges against employers when they violate workers' rights. But at the same time, it also bans strikes. So we are inherently under the law in some ways in a weaker position than workers in the private sector who actually have the legal right to strike. I also want to just talk about the fact that because of who our employer is, our bargaining is very, very directly political. I mean, all bargaining is political, but basically, you know, CUNY is governed by a board of trustees, 10 of whom are appointed directly by the governor and 5 by the mayor. So, you know, we really are working, you know, in a sense, if you think about it, for the governor and the mayor. And they have a lot of power in terms of what happens at the table. And that's the reason that you see PSC, you know, so much focusing on what's going on politically, whether it's who we endorse or whether it's what we're pushing for in the budget process in the city and the state. It's because you know, those folks are essentially our employers and they directly affect what happens to us at the bargaining table. The other thing I want to talk about in terms of the way the law structures what happens at the table is under the law, there's a set of subjects called mandatory subjects of bargaining. Those are the things CUNY has to talk to us about, whether they like it or not. That would be like wages, health and safety, health benefits, that kind of thing. Then there are a whole other set of subjects that are called permissive subjects of bargaining. And basically what that means is we can say we want to talk about it, but CUNY doesn't have to talk to us about it, and we can't legally force them to talk to us about it. And that would be things like, you know, the location of your work, what kind of job titles the university creates, how many people does the university decide should fill those titles. Those are the kinds of things that are, you know, under the law considered to be rights of management. And so they can't be legally required to negotiate with us. But that doesn't mean that we are without power at all. And I think the PSC has done a really good job of demonstrating in the past that there is a whole range of ways that workers can affect the power dynamic and get a strong contract settlement, notwithstanding the limitations that the law tries to put on what we can do. You know, the points that James was making about, you know, CLTs participating in negotiations, I think was a really good example of that. You know, I think what sometimes happens with some people, especially in our consumer society where we're all sort of, you know, trained to think of ourselves as consumers buying a product, is we think of the union as something out there that, you know, we're paying to for a service. And I really like to think of the union instead as kind of the institutional expression of the collective power of the workers. And if you think about it that way, you know, when you say union, all you have to do is look around, you know, look at the Zoomy squares, you know, every single one of them here, you're looking at the union. And we're a democratic union. And so what that means is we all serve somebody. You know, James is the president, but the highest authority in our union is the delegate assembly. And the delegate assembly is, you know, that's around 200 folks, right, who are representing other members of the union. And so, you know, for me, that's just a way of saying that our power as a union comes from what we're able to do together. And of course, there are limitations that all of us have. You know, the hours that we work, commitments we have to our families, you know, interests that we have, you know, outside the world of work and the world of the union. But the power that we have as workers and as union members is really, it's our collective power, and that's based on our unity. And of course, unity has to be earned. It's not something that, you know, and I don't think that, again, I've worked for a lot of unions, and the leaders that you have are not the kind of leaders that say, you know, everybody has to be unified because that helps me stay in power, right? The leaders you have are people who, as far as I've seen in 3 decades in the labor movement, are people who are working very hard and who are very smart and who are working to build the power of PSC members and of this union. And so I think when they talk about unity, it's with the intent of really building the power of every single person who works at PSC, including CLTs. So I don't know if that answers your question, Jackie, but you can tell me, you know, where I've gone wrong or follow up with another question if you like.
No, you were absolutely great. Thank you very much, Dean. I'm going to ask everybody that we hold our questions to after everyone has spoken. Thank you, Dean.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next person is Miss Penny Lewis, who is our new PSC secretary. Hi, Penny.
Hi,
Penny?
Jackie. Hi,
How are
everybody.
Okay, you ready for your question?
Maybe.
I know
I
you
don't know
can
what it
handle
is yet.
Okay. What will it take to make CLTs a priority? A priority in the meaning of the next contract.
That is a great question. And I also want to just thank you, Jackie, and also everybody here for the invitation to be here. And I was also really happy to be here for the first hour today. And I'm sorry that I had to not be here for the middle 2 hours because I learned a lot in the first hour. So I think James and Dean both spoke to this a little bit already, but I would like to put my own, repetitive spin on it. I mean, I think that, what happens at the bargaining table is a reflection of power relations outside of that table. I mean, it's not the only thing that's true about a bargaining table. Like we have to do a great job at the bargaining table. But in general, the leverage that we have, the energy that we can bring, the focus that we have, and our own sense of kind of internal priorities, when we're at the table, trading and getting to the last moment or pushing for the sharpest priorities is going to be reflective of the agreed upon priorities of the team, but also the extent to which we as a union, and the way that Dean was talking about, deeply feel the priorities that we're bringing to that table. So I've seen in previous bargaining teams, really effective organizing by constituent groups. And, it could be community college faculty who are really concerned about a teaching load reduction. It could be library faculty who are really concerned about annual leave. It could be CLIP and CUNY START faculty, coming into the unit and into scales and things like that. So being internally organized, in the way that James spoke about at the beginning is really critical, and being super clear about what the priorities of the CLT chapter are, and doing exactly this work that we're doing right now, which is, opening up the conversation about CLT issues so that everyone in the bargaining unit understands, what CLTs face. Like, earlier today, Sharif said something about how the CLT title, is kind of a messy title. And then someone put into the chat, well, maybe we could call it like evolving and dynamic, right? But just that description of the ways in which, the responsibilities and the scope and the scale of CLT work has changed, so much, that just for me, like that knowledge of that deeper knowledge of it makes me like a better, sharper advocate with my colleagues and comrades, in the CLTs, because then I understand better like what it is that you're facing inside of your job title. So the internal education work, the internal, building across title and solidarity work is really critical for the CLTs to have power, winning demands at the table. And really that means for the whole bargaining unit and the bargaining team to have power to win those demands at the table. Does that answer it in part?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Thank you, Penny.
Thanks, Jackie.
Our next speaker is Sharon Persinger, who is our university-wide officer. Sharon, you ready?
She's not here.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll wait for her. And in the meantime, we'll just start taking any questions that anybody has. Are there any questions? No? Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Amy
All
has a
right.
question.
I think this is more for Dean. With respect to bargaining, what does fair duty of representation mean? Is there a standard for fair duty of representation? For example, is it just enough that we pass a document across the table to say, here are our demands? Is the standard, what is the measure of how we fight for things? What is the standard for that? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So for the people who don't know, there's a concept in the law called the duty of fair representation, which is basically invented by judges. It's nowhere in any statute that you can find. But what it means is that unions have a duty to represent their members without discrimination and without acting in an arbitrary or capricious fashion. And so in terms of the way that the courts and PERB have interpreted it, basically they're looking at whether what the union did was reasonable. So in bargaining, for example, if it turned out that, say, someone from CUNY paid a bribe to someone from PSC to agree to a weaker contract, that would be an example of the violation of duty of fair representation. Does it mean that the union has to get like the best possible contract that it could possibly have gotten? And that if it doesn't, it's a violation of the law? No, it doesn't mean that. I've litigated a number of those cases over the years, and they're just very, very hard cases for union members to win. So again, I think the way for people to influence, the best way for people to influence what the union does is just to participate actively in the bargaining process. And that means different things for different people, right? Because different people have different demands in their life and different interests. For some people, it'll mean trying to be on the bargaining team. For other people, it'll mean, making sure that who the CLT rep on the team is hears what it is that you think is important. And it'll mean, letting your rep on the bargaining team and your rep on the EC and your chapter chair, know how you feel about how things are going. And, especially if, the more CLTs that feel a certain way, and let your reps on the team and let the rest of the folks on the team know, that sends us a message, and, while we're at the table in terms of how hard do we have to push? Because the folks who've been at the table know that, you're negotiating an agreement, and that means compromise. You never get everything you want at the table. So, there's a process of, making decisions about, how far can we go, right, to get this one thing, and what will we have to give up in order to get that? And so it's just important, I think, for every title, both for people to be aware of and to make their voices heard, and better collectively, right? It's just more likely to be heard and to have an impact if it's heard as sort of the collective voice of your title.
Jackie, we have two hands. Percio, Andrea, and Sharon is here.
Okay, so why don't we go to Sharon, and we'll put Percio and Andrea on stack as the first two people who will be handled. Thank you guys for understanding. Sharon, you ready?
So first of all, I apologize enormously. This is my first week of not having to be in meetings constantly all the time, and I just thought this was another day when I didn't have any meetings. So I really, really apologize. And I'm also, since I'm just coming in, I have no idea what has already been said. So if I duplicate, please forgive me. And if I sound incomprehensible, please forgive that also, because again, because I don't know what has already been said. I was supposed to speak about the financial aspects of negotiating a contract, and I did get to hear the end of what Dean was said, and I can echo that even in the context of the finances, because everything that is settled financially has to be agreed upon on both sides. Even down to the basics of, there's the thing that determines the financial input into a contract settlement. Well, there are two things. There's the available money that are agreed upon, and then and so you might hear CUNY offered 1%, and we're not going to settle for that. Our demand has been 5%. Or you might hear that they increase their offer from 1% to 2%. But what that 2% means in terms of how much money is available is something that has to be agreed upon. And so and then the way in which that amount of money is used has to be agreed upon. Is that amount of money applied to salary increases across the board for everybody in the bargaining unit and applied on certain dates? And that's a real straightforward kind of settlement that actually many unions in the city do. Many unions in the city do not do this sort of equity kinds of increases at certain targeted titles that the PSC has done historically. But again, all of those things have to be bargained. They have to be agreed upon. I think that's enough for me to say right now, and maybe it's better if I just had some specific questions. And again, I really apologize enormously. I'm enjoying spending time in my garden.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad you were able to make it, and I understand the meeting concept.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you. The question that we had for you is, what factors go into costing out the contract?
Okay, so I indicated some of that. One is
Right.
What is the amount of money that is available? And that depends upon those, agreements about what about what a 1% means, and then how many of those there are, and also in addition, and when they are available, because that affects some of the subtleties. The other is that, I feel like I'm not doing a very good job because of this, because it's a hard thing to do without getting into a great deal of detail, and I don't want to do that without without having charts and tables. But I'm trying to think of something that would be a good example. Oh, actually, yes. So in this previous contract, there were equity increases at for certain titles. So there were equity increases for CLT titles and for lecturer titles. And the way those are costed is by counting up the number of people to whom it would apply and multiplying by the amount of the increase. Right, but then the thing to realize is that that money doesn't come out of nowhere. That money is not in addition to, yes, thank you. I was just off the top of my head trying to remember the titles, and as Andrea said, and also assistant to HEOs. So there were fixed amount equity increases to people at all steps in those titles. And they came upon certain days, and the days were different, right? And that's costed by, as I said, by counting up the number of people to whom the increase would apply, multiplying by the amount of the increase, adding all of those things together. And then that amount has to come as a portion of whatever 2% or 3% increase that we are in the process of agreeing on. And so that's the way that happens is by moving dates of increases a little bit to see that there's money that can be used for a special purpose. Again, I'm really getting into the weeds on this. So and it's hard to do without having the tables in front of you. Does that help?
Yes, very much so. Thank you, Sharon. And relax over the weekend. Okay, I just want to thank our 4 speakers from the PSC for coming out to share on our special day. Now we can take some questions.
First, you and then Andrea.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Good day. Hello. Oh,
Hey, Percio.
good day. How you doing?
Good.
I want to thank everybody for who set up this agenda today. First and foremost, my question basically is, and it kind of goes back to a little bit, I think what the first speaker said, and I'm sorry I forgot his name right now. Came in a little late. Within our CLT party, right, we have this kind of like little fight in terms of the requirements for entry level. Does that make our roles within the union less appreciated because of our entry level requirements? That's my real question. Thank you.
Go ahead, James.
All right, so I'll take a crack at it, and then Andrea might want to jump in. Percio, I think the question that you're raising has to do with the fact that currently the minimum educational requirement for CLT titles is a high school diploma. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So, right, and so I know from talking to some of my own colleagues at Brooklyn College on the who are in the CLT title that there are disagreements about whether that needs to be changed or not. You know, I don't have an independent opinion about whether that's a liability or it isn't, but I do think that you know, I understand the position around that. To me, more important than how that particular debate gets settled is the bigger picture about whether you have a high school diploma or not. You know, one could say, okay, if that's what it's like on paper, then people will look down on you if you don't have higher education, et cetera. And I get that academia is a very hierarchical place. There are status issues and rank issues, and they're rife, not just at CUNY, but they are at CUNY. You know, for me, I think the bottom line is how well can we do in bargaining to raise the salary levels for anyone, regardless of what, you know, the title, the educational eligibility for the position requires. So you know, for example, one thing that I'd be interested to look at is how did the lab technicians who work at CUNY fare on the salary scales compared to their counterparts in UFT jobs, for instance, right? Is that an argument we could use at the bargaining table if it turns out that they're not as strong overall as the UFT, but they're comparable positions? That's something I've been in touch with CLT colleagues about. So, you know, it's not really my place. I wouldn't presume to step in and try to like settle the argument over whether the changing the high school diploma piece is like the key to the kingdom. I don't think that specifically is the key to the kingdom. I think it's a political question about getting better salaries for anyone. You know, people say like, well, what makes a good job? For me, what makes a good job is, you know, is not whether you work in sanitation or whether you have a desk job where you get to wear a tie, you know, and a jacket to work every day. It's whether you can put food on the table, take your kids on a vacation, pay your hospital bills. That's what makes something a good job or not, right? And so I think our job in the union, regardless of whether you're that distinguished professor doing esoteric research, or you're the person who's prepping the Petri dishes, or you're represented by DC 37 and mopping the floors, everyone who works at the university deserves a living wage and better than a living wage. So I don't know. I hope that begins to get at the question, Percio. Thanks.
Oh, that's just pretty fair. Thank you so much for your help on that. Pretty much, we're a union. We stand strong. We stand together.
You got it.
Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Thank you, James. You hit it right where what I wanted to say as well. I didn't really have a question for the panel. They were wonderful. I'm Andrea Vasquez. I'm the vice president of the union. It was great to hear my colleagues and Dean, you know, who has so much experience with labor unions and bargaining. I just wanted to, I guess, and I apologize if I missed something because I was on and off internet for a while there, but you guys were talking about process earlier. So I did want to add one thing, unless someone said it and I missed it, which is just the preparation and how valuable the preparation is for the bargaining team and the EC and ultimately all members when we talk about negotiation and fighting for a contract. And I know that what Barbara did was we have so many different titles. We know that. And I think actually I should say what Ida probably did. What Barbara did was ask Ida to really do thorough work so that everyone on the bargaining team knew as much as we could about every other title in the union. And it was always a principle that we were all in it for all of us. So even though obviously I'm a HEO, you know, some Penny James are faculty, full-time, part-time, we had all titles in the room, but it wasn't just like, I don't have to pay attention or I don't really have to know about that title because I'm not in that title. So I'm not the one fighting for that title. We were all fighting for the different titles. And it was really fabulous because, you know, then also, you know, I thought I knew quite a lot about CLTs, but we had a several page document, right, that we all received about what CLTs do, how many there are, you know, where they work, what that kind of thing, plus, you know, the history. So what's the history of the CLTs in the union in terms of, well, I mean, the CLTs have such an interesting history and role in the PSC, but also, you know, what benefits have we fought for and lost, and what have we won in each contract along the way. So that's been really valuable because we do that with every title that we're bargaining for. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Andrea. Jasmine's hands is up.
Thanks, Jeanette, and thanks to everyone who organized this amazing meeting. And I actually wanted to kind of piggyback on something Andrea just said related to the titles. And this came up in the presentation that Sharif made, and then I guess Sharif and Amy worked on, which was amazing. You educated me a lot. Thank you for that. And it was the question about, and I guess this may be for Dean, and one of the things that came up in Sharif's presentation was the fact that when CLTs need to get promoted, a new line has to be created. And I'm really curious to know about how that gets handled during a negotiation, because I think this whole, you know, another point that came up during that presentation was the fact that as the university has grown, the number of CLTs have kind of held steady, which is contributing to the workload issues that they're facing. And again, you know, how does that issue of increasing the ranks of a certain title. How does that work during a contract negotiation? Because I can see that not just being something that we have to be concerned about for CLTs, but for faculty also. You know, at BCC, for example, we looked and we saw that we'd lost like 20 faculty members and they only rehired 8. And I'm like, at that rate, I don't really know how this is going to work out. So it's like, I'm just curious about when you go to the contract negotiating table, how do you address some of those issues? And they're quite complex and difficult issues. And it seems to me that we're either at a steady state or kind of seeing things rolled back, especially with the faculty lines, getting more full-time faculty lines. We're not getting more CLT lines, so they're constantly getting their workload increased because they're trying to push more work on the few people who are there. How do we deal with that?
Thanks, Yasmin. As James pointed out in the chat, it may be better for somebody who's actually been at the table at CUNY to try to answer that question, because I know there's been big battles with CUNY over the very question of how difficult it is for CLTs to get promoted. So maybe one of the people who've actually been at the table could take a crack at that one.
Sharon, do you want to, or should I start? Whatever you want. Okay, so maybe I'm starting. Did you want me to start, Sharon, or did you?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Great. So, Dean just said earlier that there are certain mandatory things that CUNY must bargain with us. Unfortunately, the creation of new lines is not one of those things. So we try to get around that in many ways, but we can't go to the table and say, and you've heard us talk so much about this, even with New Deal for CUNY. We can't just bargain that we want 1,000 new lines in the contract. We could talk to them about it, and we can certainly fight for the funding for it. Right now, for example, we're fighting for a piece of legislation that would mandate it, right? That's what New Deal for CUNY does. It mandates new full-time positions, the mental health counselors, so staff positions, full-time positions, and it even mandates a higher salary for adjuncts. But that would go from the legislature to CUNY. We can't do that in contract bargaining. There are probably other ways that we get around it, but I'm not thinking of it right now. What do you think, Sharon? I guess the question of conversion lines, or not, that we don't usually call them conversion lines, we call them, this is for adjuncts, it would be where we can have a demand that we designate that a certain new positions, number of new positions be created with the preference for hiring adjuncts. But that's actually outside of the contract. That's more like an agreement that we can make with CUNY, maybe at the same time as we're in bargaining, but it can't be in the contract itself. So that's not one of the mandatory things that we can bargain with CUNY.
Thank you, Andrea. We had Sharif and then Amy.
Yeah, this question is actually for both James and Andrea. It's my understanding that the research that CLTs are currently making less than their counterparts in UFTs, for example, has already been submitted to the PSC unionship, but nothing was addressed or moved upon it. That research is not new. This was already submitted before.
You mean that the CLTs told us that we make less than the CLTs do in the UFT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure that's true. The full-time faculty make much less. HEOs, sometimes it depends whether it's community or senior. I mean, we study comparable institutions often. UFT in some, they are, pretty well-paid workforce there, and for the different reasons, it's a whole different ballgame. Though we can look at that, and we do. We do charts, and we make arguments with CUNY. How come Rutgers faculty make this? Because Rutgers is like a comparable, it's a state university, right? A university system. or in different states will make comparisons, but they're under no obligation, right, to pay us what others pay. Full-time faculty, in the 1970s, CUNY full-time faculty had like the highest salary rates in the country, this was like the best place to land a job. And now, comparable to other public institutions, full-time faculty salaries have not at all kept pace. And you've heard us say that in bargaining. So while it's good information to have, CUNY is not obliged to match what the UFT does.
Well, that's understandable, but we at least need to start the fight for it and need to address some of the CLT issues. Because, Andrea, I've gone to Seattle with you with the AFT. I've gone to Albany with you. But what I've noticed in the union is when it really comes to CLT issues, we're always put to the bottom of the list. This is something that it needs to be addressed, needs to change. We do have issues, we do have problems, and just look at the numbers of students throughout the years in CUNY. They've increased tremendously. Faculty lines increased, TO lines increased, CLT lines have not. The work increased, but we have to make sure the work goes on, and we have to make sure our responsibilities continue. And this is putting stress on the few CLTs that are left in CUNY. And this is why this day came about. We need to bring awareness to everyone that really we have to start looking at CLT issues and bring it to light and address them.
Yeah, I totally hear you. And I just, I think what I'm going to say in response. I'm going to say that it's not accurate to say that CLT issues land at the bottom. We don't work
experienced.
Well, but even if we can look at the last contract, and CLT's got a series of bumps in the last contract for every title. And we made sure that we did the absolute best we could. And we spend a lot of time, as Sharon pointed out, with funds and figuring out how we can give every title of CLT. It's not like the HEOs where only one title, got a smaller bump than all of the CLTs. So before the last contract, CLTs could say, we were the lowest paid title. They're not the lowest paid title anymore. And I'm glad that we were able to do that. We were all so glad that we were able to do that. And we did spend a lot of time, and Jackie was involved in that. And, and I just, blanket statements like that, sometimes, we spend so much time on things and really try to do the best we can in that contract by every title in the union. And it's true. We're not all pleased all the time with everything. Absolutely. And as you know, a contract is an agreement between, adversaries, and we are never ecstatic with the contract. We always had more that we wanted. So, but I do want you to know, that we certainly do not treat CLTs that way in the bargaining team. I'm sure we never will under James's leadership. And, and I think we did make some good gains in this last contract, but I hear what you're saying. It's not enough. And that's why I'm here today. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrea. It's Amy, Alicia, and then James.
I just want to address some of the things you said, Andrea. Some of those things are not actually correct. We don't have to go into it right now. But I would just respectfully ask the new leadership of the union to review the documents that we had submitted to members of the bargaining team into 2018. This went out to then president and the first vice president, also the VP for cross campus. All the research that we had done included not just the comparisons of salaries, but also justifications in terms of the title name change, and also why the degree qualifications need to be also ramped up so that they are in alignment with the new requirements for C14 certifications from the fire department. There are a lot of things that are still missing, if you will, or falling into the gaps or holes that I think this conversation here is really pointed that at some point we've had a breakdown in communication. And we just ask that we take this a step further, maybe with a smaller group of officers, and just to review the documents and to look at what can actually be done. Because a lot of what you talked about, James, in terms of the organizing work, the research work, we've done that already. We submitted our documents, and this is where it landed. And to Andrea's statement that, the equity for CLTs, that might not have been your intent, but this is how it has felt. This is the impact. So there is a mismatch in terms of intention and impact here. And I just want us to just move away from this for a moment, to take a step back and just move our program. We do have an agenda, so maybe we can just refocus for the rest of the day and not lose all of the good golden nuggets that have dropped from the rainbow. So let's just move the program now to our lightning talks. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have to cut this short. I don't think it's taking us in a very healthy direction. So I'm just gonna ask Alicia, she's our first speaker. Alicia, are you, or Brian? Brian, are you there?
She's ready. She's
I
ready.
am here. Are we starting with Deb's video?
Yes, let's start with Deb's video and then we will move from there. Thank you, Brian.
James has his hand up.
Oh, I didn't see that, James.
Sorry, James.
No, sorry. Are you moving on to the next part of the program?
Yeah, and maybe after that, if you want to still share something, you could do so. Is that okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The floor is yours, Brian. You could share the video from Deb.
Hi, colleagues. My name is Deb Hertzberg. I am a Chief College Laboratory Technician at Brooklyn College. I work for the Department of Theater, where I serve as the Costume Shop Supervisor. I'm also an adjunct, and I teach puppetry, and I teach the Wardrobe Crew class. So I'm very excited to talk to you today for our Unity Day. I've been thinking a lot about that theme of unity and what it really means right now in this time that we're in. And I think, to me, unity means strength, right? We are always stronger when we're unified. We're stronger when we work together. We're stronger when we collaborate together, right? So even though we have different job titles and different responsibilities in our union, when you start to look at the issues and concerns that we all have about our workplace and our work environment, we do have more similarities than we have differences. So I think one of the best ways in order to bring CLT and other staff issues more to the forefront, to be more unified with our faculty counterparts and the other staff that work on our campuses, is to join a committee. I'm going to talk for a few minutes about some of the committee work I've done over this past year, and what I'm going to continue to do, in hopes it'll be inspiring to some of you to join a committee or start a committee of your own. You can join a committee in a number of different ways. You can do it more locally in your department, in your school, on your campus, and through the PSC. So in my department, the CLTs are all invited to the department meetings that we have monthly. And that's a great way to make sure that CLT and other staff issues are being addressed within the confines of your individual department. I have also joined the curriculum committee meetings this academic year, and that's been marvelous too, because, as CLTs, we work so closely with our students. It seems sort of natural to sort of be part of the curriculum committee, right? Because we sort of hear firsthand, what's happening with our students, what's working for them, what isn't working for them. And I think we have a lot to offer in terms of building curriculum that is going to support our students' success and achievement. In your individual school, that's a great way to find other like-minded folks to work on issues that involve the staff. In the School of Visual Media and Performing Arts at Brooklyn College, there are a couple of us CLTs that have banded together, and we have made what we call our core group. And we meet sort of irregularly, but when we do meet, we discuss the issues at hand for our particular school, on our particular campus, and also issues that affect staff CUNY-wide. On campus, get to know your PSC chapter chair and start to attend those monthly PSC chapter meetings. It's a great way to meet people, to meet other staff members, to sign on to resolutions, to let your voice be heard, and to really discuss the issues that you're facing day to day. I'm also a member of the Delegate Assembly. I'm an alternate delegate, and so I go to the Delegate Assembly meetings that happen monthly with the PSC. It's a great way to learn more about the initiatives that the union is pursuing, and also to let your voice be heard. And if you can't do any of that, try to attend the union meetings that happen so that you know what's happening, right? And I have a quick message for those of you who are faculty members and HEOs. If you chair a committee, make sure you invite a CLT, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of experience. And, you know, if you have us be part of your committees, then that just helps support the unity that is so desperately needed in our union and on our campuses right now. We have agency, we have a voice, and these are great ways to let your voice be heard. I know CLT stands for College Laboratory Technician, but I think it also kind of stands for Collaborative Leaders Tackling Solutions. I know that's a little bit corny, but I like to sort of think of it that way because that's what we do. We are collaborative leaders. We do tackle solutions, and we work with our faculty counterparts and our other staff members on campus in order to really make sure our students are successful. And that's the real goal here, right? So happy Unity Day, everyone.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Brian. Robert Farrell, you're next in the lightning talks on labor management collaborations. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you all for being here. Thanks for inviting me. I just want to give a shout out to all the Lehman College CLTs who are here today. I am the chapter chair for the faculty chapter at Lehman, but you know, while it is the faculty chapter at Lehman, we are all inclusive at Lehman when it comes to not just our chapter meetings, but our executive committee and our labor management meetings, which is extremely important. For those of you who don't know, every chapter at the colleges has the right to meet with management, not just once a semester, but twice a semester, to discuss issues of import that are contractually related or that impact our terms and conditions of employment. So at Lehman, we're very vigilant about holding those meetings twice a semester. And we, before each meeting, typically will talk to both HEOs and CLTs in addition to the faculty to figure out if there are issues that we need to address with management on their behalf. CLTs, as you probably already know, have their own right to meet with management, I believe once a year. Amy, you can correct me on that, but that's a provision that not all campuses are using or leveraging, and so it would probably be advantageous for every campus CLT leadership to look into using that as a third opportunity to, well, really a fifth opportunity, since we're talking about 2 per semester over 2 semesters. So a fifth opportunity to really try to advance your agenda on your campus. The labor management meeting is typically a select number of union members and the core of the college administration. So that would be the president, the provost, the head of finance, often HR, and the labor designee. On both sides, there's the option to bring in additional people to talk about additional issues that those core constituents may not be able to address. And so it's important to know who within the administration might be responsible for helping you solve a particular problem as a CLT group that's affecting membership. It could be an issue that's affecting an individual, but generally in labor management meetings, we try to focus in on those topics that are of concern to everyone within the unit in one way or another, or within a particular title. Typically, the meetings are an hour. Sometimes they'll go a little bit longer, but our administration is very vigilant on their side not to give us a minute more of their time than they have to. So you have to be very efficient and effective in your meetings and working with your local chapter leadership structure to plan the meetings in advance and participate in the discussions ahead of those meetings is important to making sure that the points are covered effectively. But within an hour, you can't really expect a very complicated problem to be resolved. At Lehman, we often will work with individual CLTs or with our CLT reps. Sharif is here, Sharif Al-Hakam, and we're also working very closely with Brian Morgan and a number of other CLTs who've been active in our campus union structure to identify the problems. And we might meet with administrators ahead of time or on an ad hoc basis to try to address problems. The local chapter chair is often in a lot of contact with the labor designee, and sometimes the labor designees are not as responsive to HEOs or CLTs who are reaching out to try to address labor issues affecting them. But the local chapter chair or leadership structure is usually able to get the labor designee on the phone or in a Teams call, whatever the case may be, to try to address issues as they're occurring. So the fact of the limited amount of time for labor management discussions kind of leads us to think of the labor management, not negotiating process, but discussion process to try to resolve problems as a kind of multi-meeting, on a multi-meeting timeline, kind of like a campaign. So when a problem is introduced in labor management for discussion with management, we know that that first meeting may just be the point where we're moving the ball down the field just a little bit, and that at the next meeting, we might get a little bit further in our discussions towards a solution. It may take 3 or 4 meetings. It may take years, in fact, to try to get to a resolution about a particularly complex problem. One example of a multi-year campaign that we've waged within the labor management context on the faculty side is with regard to teaching load and compensation. And that's something we've been discussing with our local administration for coming up on 3.5 or so years, maybe even a little bit more. And every semester we get a little bit closer to a better situation for faculty on that front. For CLTs, we have actually had multiple meetings and discussions with administrators about the treatment of CLTs and particularly the issues around bullying. Often it will be one department that we're concerned with at any particular time, but that one department may represent in general a situation that many CLTs across the campus are experiencing. So on that front, we have made small progress over the past several semesters, and in fact, we're able to address a fairly significant issue around timesheets and timekeeping within the remote work context for a particular set of CLTs in a particular department. That was a victory, but it was really only kind of a temporary victory because there's a deeper problem, not just within that department, but within the whole college in terms of the ways in which department chairs and faculty are working with or not working with their CLTs in a kind of productive manner. In those departments that have chief CLTs, it's a much better situation, generally speaking. But there are a lot of departments where there isn't that kind of leadership structure, or where the leadership structure within the department doesn't really have a productive relationship with a chair or with particular faculty. So that is, while it's not necessarily something that's related to a local chapter, and it's really a CLT issue, it's something that can be brought into the labor management issue because it involves faculty, it involves everyone. And it is something that the faculty need to be very concerned about, which leads me to my last point. In addition to thinking about labor management as a campaign, I think the labor management meeting is also best thought about in the context of other opportunities for building pressure and creating change on a campus. So your campus senate might be a place where you can introduce a resolution to the college governance body to establish some kind of norms or set of principles. On the faculty side, we spent the past semester working through our Senate structure to bring to the floor for review and then for vote in the fall, a resolution on class size and the kind of values and principles that we as a community want to adhere to or want to see the college adhere to going forward when it comes to class size. It was a complicated process, but one that ultimately brought all of the stakeholders, people from the administration, faculty, and staff to the table to have a productive conversation and arrive at really a set of principles that we believe on the union side are going to help us advance our agenda within labor management going forward, but more importantly, resolve a complicated problem that was creating a lot of grief for individual faculty members. On the CLT side, I could see us going forward and trying to pass a resolution on fair and equal treatment for CLTs, or some kind of statement of value around anti-bullying and respect for the diversity of the workforce. So that would be something that we would want to talk to CLTs in our college a little bit more about and see how the union structure can help support that, so that if there are these kinds of principles that become adopted as a community through other governance structures, it might give us more leverage within labor management to resolve specific issues. We can point to a policy or a set of values or something that the college has resolved for itself. And that's something that I'm going to be talking to Sharif and Brian.
Thank you, Robert.
Forward.
That's awesome. Is Scott Callies here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. So Scott and Alicia are from KCC. So you have the floor.
Alicia, do you want to go first or you want me to go first?
Either one.
All right, well, I'll just start introducing, then you can jump in as we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Scott Callie. I'm a professor of theater and the chapter chair at Kingsburg Community College. Alicia is chief CLT in biology. So, the CLT relationship, and as it's a little bit personal to me because it was not at a CUNY position, but my first job after I finished graduate school was a job that was analogous to a CLT in many ways, where I wasn't faculty, but I work all day, every day, and around students. And so I do understand that relationship a lot. And I'm a design and technology theater professor, so I work very closely with my CLT. And my CLT his name is Robert, he's essential to my teaching. He's as essential as I am to the success of my class. And I think all CLTs, that's really very true. Because when you have studio or laboratory, any kind of practical-based class, the instructor is not going to succeed without that support. And it's not even so much the instructor, it's not about the instructor succeeding, excuse me. It is about the class succeeding. And without the CLT, it just cannot happen. So as far as the union goes, we've begun the process of integrating our CLTs into our labor management process. And this is very much something that is a two-way street, because you need your chapter who is willing to cooperate, which we are, and then you need your CLTs who are willing to do the organizing work, which we're so lucky at Kingsborough to have CLTs who have begun to step up to do this work and to speak to the issues so that we can listen and we can understand. And when it comes to the labor management issues, for those of you who are looking for this. I like to think that labor management is more than just the meeting. And it is important to bring everyone, we have representatives from our HEOs there, we have representatives from our CLTs there, and then we have some members of our executive committee from the chapter at these labor management meetings. And the meetings themselves are very important, but as Robert says, you're dealing with 1-hour meetings, and my administration is far more open than his is. But you can only get so much done in that time and in that format, because it is very formal and it is, very much a presentation. It's not the best forum to really present in-depth issues. I mean, it's an important part of it because you do need the formal structure, but labor management, I think it's important to think that it's not, again, the meeting is just the visible part of it. Labor management is an ongoing process that doesn't happen just twice a semester. It's ongoing, and it's meetings with individual vice presidents, meetings with individual chairs sometimes for CLTs. This is all part of building that labor management relationship to, address the issues. And, many of the issues are common issues. Class size is intersectional, obviously, deeply affects CLTs. Health and safety affects everybody. Those are not issues. Those are not faculty issues. Those are not EO issues. Those are everybody's issues. But I think it's also important for those of you on your individual campuses, if you take some free advice, is to take a look at, and Robert touched on this, and I think it's really very important. How do you increase the voice without your dog barking the whole time while you're trying to present? How do you increase your CLT's voices? Because, as a chapter chair, it's not about me being the talking head of the CLTs. The power comes when the CLTs are the voice. So how do the chapter chairs enable that and support that? But look to your issues of how can you increase the voice of CLTs? And some of the things we've discussed is, one of the things is it's very difficult, virtually impossible really, for our CLTs to get elected to our college council for governance structure in the current format, the way it exists. It is theoretically possible, but they have to run in a very large pool with a lot of people, and it's difficult. And something in shared governance, we've been talking about is how do we, amend our college council constitution so that there is a guaranteed representation for CLTs to have a voice in that room. And well, I had 3 things I wrote down, that we've been working on. The other thing that's a concern to me, and I know many CLTs, and they run into this problem, is we need training for new department chairs. People come into being department chairs in departments with CLTs, which is many departments, with no real understanding of the job. They don't, they know who CLTs are, they work with them, but they don't understand the ins and outs of the CLT position. And I think many problems, and I know on my campus, many problems have arisen due to the new chairs not understanding what the deal is, to be honest with you. And that's something that's on management, really, that they should do. But like so many things, management just doesn't do it. So it falls to the union to do it. And then lastly, one of the things that Alicia and Nancy have brought up to me, and I think really important point, is there are no guidelines for CLT evaluation. Faculty have guidelines for reappointments, promotions, tenure, this, that, the other thing. The CLT one, it's non-existent. So a CLT is floating off in the ether with absolutely no idea how they're doing or what they should be doing. What should be in a CLT's personnel file when they're up for tenure or up for reappointment. All of those things. And we're going to be pushing the college hard to do this. And our administration was, I think one of our first victories was when Alicia spoke up, when the provost and the president were holding little town halls for different ranks, professor, associate professor, assistant professor, untenured, for the tenure and promotion guidelines. And it was Alicia who said, well, hey, CLTs are tenure track as well. Where do we fit in this? And the president and the provost held a session for that, which I think was really a wonderful first step. So, and just to finally, before I turn it to Alicia, thank you for the organizers of this, and thank you for inviting me, because I think among many problems, there's a lot of just lack of education and knowledge about what a CLT's job is, where they fit in the structure. And I think as a union, I think we're making great strides in really getting a full understanding of how really essential these people are. So
Thank you, Scott, so much. Appreciate you. Alicia, and then Clara.
Hi. Okay. So as Scott said, I'm the Chief CLT in Bio at KCC. So initially, I think that's what kicked it off. We had gotten an email about they were discussing the things that may or may not be included or important in the reclassification promotion process, and they kept listing all the faculty and HEOs, but the CLTs were never mentioned. So I emailed the president and I said, you know, it's interesting, we don't have that voice, we're not getting a chance to meet with you, and that we feel very underrepresented, that we run for college council, we can't get on college council or anything because we, you know, CLT's problems is we have low visibility. A lot of us work in the back of labs or in certain areas. And like Scott has a great relationship with Robert, they work together. And I have a good relationship with my chair because she teaches the class that I supervise, but some other instructors don't even know I work there. They'll see me in the hallway, and after they're there 2 years, I'm there 17, and they go, oh, where do you work? And I go, well, I'm the chief CLT. That's how you get your test tubes. But so our first thing is we're very invisible, and that causes a problem. And we feel, you know, in some of the earlier conversations, I don't want people to feel like we were ganging up on the union. What it really is we feel, whether we're represented or not at those meetings, we feel like we're not, because we're not part of the conversation. We're not included when emails come out. Like, we might get the email, but it's just discussing faculty. So it gives the feeling to CLTs that we're like the stepchild or something, that we're not included, and it hurts the morale. So when we did meet with the president and provost, it was interesting. They had no, I had emailed the provost a few days before saying, can I have the, what they currently have guidelines for CLT's promotion? And she emailed me the morning of the meeting, said, we don't have anything. There isn't anything. Just whatever CUNY has. Okay, so we didn't have anything, and I think the president was surprised to hear that when we met. And interestingly, someone from the committee, a faculty member, was sitting in on the meeting, kind of by accident, but the president said he could stay. And when we were all talking about promotion, he interrupted and said, well, CLTs are paid at the same rate that professors are. And we all kind of went, huh? So this is the person that's deciding whether or not we're getting promoted, and he doesn't even know what our pay rate is or what's going on with us. So I really said to her, I think there should be a CLT representative on that committee, even if it's just a consult, to, you know, how do they know when someone should be a chief or not a chief, or what it means, what typically a CLT does. Like, this guy certainly didn't know. And that was kind of eye-opening, even for the president. So we did ask her also, could we have seats? And all these things she said, our president was very receptive. She said she was unaware that we were kind of that left out, and she was going to discuss it with the provost and see if they could make some changes. So she immediately changed like a listserv. We were on like the staff list, so we didn't get emails about stuff. She said she's going to look into maybe having some seats on college council. We need to be on more of the college-wide committees so that people know who we are and what we do, and we're not just, you know, idiots wiping off microscopes. And what else did I want to say? Yeah, the college-wide committees, college council went to be on, and the labor management, I mean, we were invited to, and I brought one of the CLTs with me, Nancy Wells, and it was nice just to sit in and have our faces seen, because like I say, CLTs are really invisible. Most people don't even know what we do there or that we're a CLT or anything else, unless they work directly with us. And those faculty that work directly with us seem to have a lot of respect for us and our profession and our opinion, and that goes a long way, but we usually work with a small amount of faculty. So we need some recognition campus-wide on each campus. I think that certainly the chairs have to know what our job is. They don't, a lot of them. And the faculty have to become aware of what our jobs are, because that respect and that relationship is going to help us and help the faculty.
Thank you, Alicia. And then it's Clara. Clara is from QCC, so she's going to share something. And then we have James that had his hand up before in case he wanted to add something from previously. And then we're going to go to the next breakout rooms where Amy is going to take, she's going to talk about that section.
I'm just going to make a quick comment. I was on P&B for about 10 years in my department. In the beginning of 2000, 2002 to about 2012, there was no CLT representation on that committee. And I did ask my chair at the time, being that we're on the P&B, it's very important to be aware of the contract and what could come up with it. And of course, I saw in the contract, there needs to be CLT representation on our committee. And recently I did ask my CLT if he is represented on the P&B. He did say yes. I don't know, I didn't ask anymore. I don't know if he participates and reviews, but I do, just a comment to the last one. I don't think we need to wait for faculty to recognize us or for anyone to recognize us. We need to have more unification here. We need to be recognized here. Someone needs to get up and say, CLTs need to be recognized. They are part of the department. They're part of the Labor Management Committee. They're part of the union. We need union leaders to recognize CLTs and for CLTs to be part of this. And then everyone will know the CLTs.
Thank you, Clara. James, your hand was up. There you go. Okay.
Thanks, Pedro. Did you want to go ahead? Because I was going to take it in a different direction, but did you want to go ahead first?
Sure. I just like to say one thing. At Queensborough, we tend to be lucky. Okay. CLTs are getting great support from like Clara, Edmund, and so on. They invite me to the labor management meetings, their faculty executive committees, and Clara is 100% right what I've been saying. To use the football analogy, you need a whole team. The linemen, the quarterback, the receivers, everybody has to participate in it. I don't believe that we should be separate. There should be a separate labor management meeting for the CLTs and a separate one for the faculty. I think they all should be combined and they should all be representative. Because at that point, we can put pressure on the president because she'll see a united front. Well, I say she because we have a female president now, but it could be a he or whatever. And this is what we have to do. And like I said, our faculty executive committee has been very supportive and are pushing things forward. And that, like I said, Queensborough is luckier than most, but I do not hear this at a lot of other colleges. And that is an issue that has to be taken care of. Whether it has to be legislated by the union or by the college governing plans, fine, let that happen. So I believe that we have to be a united front, stand up for each other. And lucky, like I said, at Queensborough, I get support from the faculty, my chair, and everything. And to say the thing about the chairs, a lot of people don't realize when a new chair comes in power, if they have a CLT in the department, like in the sciences, usually it's the CLT that helps navigate him through all the new things he needs to do, because they're the ones that have been exposed to everything in and out. Very rarely does the fellow faculty members help him, right? It's usually the CLT. And there's nothing wrong with that because that shows the chair that the CLT is knowledgeable and knows what he's talking about and knows what he's doing. The chair has a lot of power in individual departments, and he can push the agendas in the individual departments that he wants. And this is what chairs have to do, and all the colleges has to do. Be very inclusive, and that's about all I have to say. And like I said, at Queensborough, I get great support. I cannot argue about it, but I feel sorry for other colleges that don't have that kind of support. And they should be having that kind of support. We're
Thank you,
one
Pedro.
union.
Go ahead, James. And then I think Robert wanted to say something quick.
Okay, so just briefly, and I know, I mean, one of the things that I'm taking away from this segment is the need for, you know, for CLTs to feel seen and heard in the workplace, and not just to feel seen and heard, but to actually be seen and heard, and to be treated equitably. And I just, you know, I wanted to circle back to where things left off with the contract session, and not to go into the weeds on it. But I know that part of what's at stake there too is making sure that the people who represent CLTs at the bargaining table and the leadership also see and hear CLTs. And I get that. I wanted to just revisit where we left off there, because I think there's a misunderstanding, which is, it's not a question so much of what has or what does or doesn't get communicated to the bargaining team, but I think we need to realize that the adversary in bargaining is the university, and they have a lot of power because the way collective bargaining is organized in New York State, and because they're answerable to the way the Board of Trustees is set up, and they're answerable to the governor. So, you know, we come in armed to the teeth with all of the reams of data that our members give us. You know, and this circles back, I think, to what Sharif and Amy were trying to say, which was to Andrea, like, you guys got this stuff from us, but you still fell short. And I hear that and I get that. And what I want to say is, yes, and also impeccable arguments and reams of data do not in themselves win us any provisions. It's necessary, and it's also insufficient, because we've put arguments across the table that are irrefutable. They're irrefutable logically, they're irrefutable on moral grounds, but we are not dealing with logical actors or ethical actors when we deal with CUNY management. So for just by way of another example, we made all kinds of arguments till we were blue in the face about the needs of adjunct faculty in the last round of contract negotiations, right? We did not get as far as we needed to in those negotiations, in the same way that we didn't get as far as we needed to on CLTs. But I am glad that we made the advances that we did make in the last contract negotiations. It wasn't because we made the most logical and well supported with evidence argument. It wasn't because we made an ethically compelling argument. They do not care about that. And I just want to focus us back on who the adversaries are and who they are protecting. They are protecting the interests of a class of people, right, who do not want to put more money into a CUNY contract. And I don't want to pass the buck and say, don't hold us accountable on the bargaining team. Hold us accountable. We can take it. We didn't run for office, right, to say, oh, just give us a pass. Hold us accountable at every step of the way. But let's also remember that it's not good arguments and good data that's only going to win at the bargaining table. So that's all I wanted to add
Thank
to
you,
that discussion.
James.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Robert, you wanted to share something real quick?
Yeah, I'll just mention just what James was saying, reinforce that. Every constituency needs to build its power, it needs to build alliances and be as visible and participatory as possible for management to be responsive. But the money issue that James was talking about, I think translates down into departmental structures, particularly with respect to relationships between HEOs, CLTs, and faculty. In a kind of zero-sum economic environment, we have department chairs having to make very complicated decisions about who to hire, who to promote, what new lines to create, what lines to let go, all of these different kinds of questions. And it all comes down to austerity. It comes down to the scarcity of resources within the department, which constrains the imagination and the compassion of everyone in many respects. And people start getting pitted against each other and turning against each other, rather than really seeing themselves as aligned as unionists, working for not just their own good, but for the good of all workers and for the good of the union and our next contract. So I just want to, mention that within the context of labor management, within the context of contract negotiations, is the scarcity, is the austerity that we all have to be working against to give ourselves space to be humane.
Thank you, Robert. Pedro, Alicia, and Cynthia. I'm gonna go to the next section, and then at the end, if we have time, because we're running a little late, I apologize. But we're going to break rooms. In the break rooms, we are going to talk about labor managed meetings, health and safety, government plan, bullying. We're going to be sharing quite a few questions, bargaining table, to give you an idea of how the union works at times when they have to do certain bargaining table and contract. So you could be more aware, because it's not as easy how you might be thinking of when it comes to on the table and going to a CUNY, et cetera. It just is a very difficult area where the EC they work in. So I just wanted to, share that with you guys, that all of us have to be united and push forward to help them, to give them the fuel that they need so they could fight for the bargaining table. So that's one thing that we can do on our side, right? So Amy, are you ready? And Jorge?
Oh, Brian's gonna open the breakout rooms now.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Brian.
Everybody. So just to let you know, so there are 5 different groups. They're labeled with the general topic that's going to be discussed. There's one on bullying, one on college governance, one on health and safety, one on labor management, and one on contract language. We're going to keep them open for about 45 minutes, which is with the time we have left for this particular segment. What you should see when we launch these rooms is that either a little window pops up that asks you to join one of the rooms. You can choose which one you want to go to. And if not, at the bottom where the controls are for Zoom, you should see an option for breakout rooms. When you click on that, then the window should open and you should see the different choices, and you click join next to the room that you want to join. So I'm going to launch those right now, and please go ahead and pick the room that you want to join.
Was it a good discussion? I think everybody is returning now.
Here we go. Yeah.
Thank you, Amy. It helped so much that you showed up at like a CLT and gave us the tools we needed.
Thank you, Zabby. Recording.
That was a brutal disconnect.
What was that, Pedro?
That was a brutal disconnect.
Hey, us CLTs, we gotta be tough, right?
We're right in the middle of a really interesting debate.
Hey, after 4 o'clock, we can take our gloves off and go another 3 rounds.
Pedro won.
It was right in the middle of me taking notes.
I'm looking forward to reading the notes.
I don't, they're as bad as my notes as when I was a student, so I'm not sure.
Is everyone back, Amy?
I think they're still returning.
Okay, let me know.
Okay.
I don't know, I got knocked out of my meeting.
Well, that's what I meant. It was kind of brutal. We all just, all of a sudden, boom, what happened?
Kind of like having the ground knocked out from under you.
Oh, where are we? Oh my God.
Well, thank you for staying with us for the whole day too.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we're almost finished.
And then the after party.
Yeah.
Actually, what we have to determine about the contract, and I notice a lot of people are having issues, exactly what can be put in the contract and what cannot be put in the contract. There's a lot of people asking for things to be put in the contract that cannot be put in the contract.
Yes.
You know, it has to be in good faith, and that's completely different issues.
Well, you know, it's
We have to be specific.
No, it's interesting because I was at a different session somewhere else at a different webinar. I think it was maybe at the NICE Health and Safety Conference this year. And I remember one of the presenters had said, there is nothing that can be unbargained for, right? So like basically you can bargain for anything you want in the contract so long as you have the will and the power behind it, okay? If you have those two things behind it, you take that in force to the table and you present that to management. Forget about everything else. It comes down to the will and the power of the people to demand that change occur.
Even with the Taylor law? Amy, even with the Taylor law?
The Taylor law is not a contract item. That's in the state laws. So that's a little bit differently. But there are ways that I do believe that we can organize ourselves to have that will and the power behind it. You know, we all saw what happened last summer at the Hunter campus schools when they took that vote for strike authorization vote. And basically that centered around, we know the buildings are unsafe. You also know it's unsafe. We're not gonna put our employees in danger. Right? So it pushes everybody to, you know, come to the same line to say we're all together in this. We're all standing with one another. We're holding each other's hands. We're backing each other up. All the people behind this is very strong. As I said, you know, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. And so we need to be united and be strong. And anything is possible. If you can imagine it is possible. You can dream big.
Thank you, Amy. Sahih's hand is up.
Yes, hi. Said from City College. Sometimes you don't even need to go on a strike. If you're organized, you show that you're united, and 1,000 people show up, and you know, Great Hall, Cooper Union, and the Times Square, and in front of all you need is for people to take out a little bit time, get together, the union members, and say that we are going to go to the media, we're going to tell the public that, you know, we are not being treated nicely, or the contract, we are out of contract. Anytime 1,000, 2,000 people show up, we don't even need to take to go on a strike. The CUNY just comes back with the negotiation. So, you know, all we need to be is be united and organized.
Thank you, Sahih. So I call to action. What is something new you learned today?
And please
to the breakout room. Please share.
Please use your Zoom hand, raise your hand so we can call on you.
Yes,
If
please.
you're a co-host, you don't have those functions. I don't think they're open.
No, they're not, but it's okay. I don't see any hands. Oh, Ann has a hand up. Ann Freeman. Unmute yourself.
Yes. Well,
thank you, Ann.
Yeah, well, what I learned is that this is a very slow and steady process that if not for the CLTs, you yourselves have been organizing for, I don't know how long. It's not really that long. I mean, I've been part of the union, well, I'm not anymore, but part of the union leadership, you know, when Barbara started 21 years ago, and with that executive council and those officers, I spent 15 years on the EC. I don't remember discussing bullying at all. I know Iris would bring it up, and Iris was a lone voice. And we, not because we're bad or whatever, we just didn't address it. And it has been only very recently that I think the delegate assembly and the EC, you know, have been forced to address it, because you are organized, you are united, you have had these events, you know, at least for the last couple of years. So what I learned is that, you know, we have a lot of work to do together. And that is why it's so important that we had the 4 new officers were on here today, and Vice Chairman and chapter chairs. And, you know, I mean, we have to do this together. And I don't know what's happening with the anti-bullying committee, the central anti-bullying committee, but, you know, we really have to put that work up front. And it's going to be like it always is. It's going to be, the main pressure is going to come from you guys who are actually, you know, in the trenches. It's just like, you know, I was at a community college. We're a minority in the university. We may be faculty, that gives us advantages, right? But there are particular issues, you know, we're an underdog in, you know, in the hierarchy. And we have to fight for ourselves and bring everybody else in. So we have a lot of work to do. And and I'm sorry, I'm talking too long, but I heard from Ben Chitty about this legislation, which I'd like to hear, you know, more specifically. And if there's a mandate for workplace violence committees on each campus, are they functioning? And if they're full of administrators, like Clara told us, right, then the PSC has to have their own committees. We have to have our own committees. Anyway, thank you everybody for organizing this, and it was a great event. And I, you know, particularly I noticed, I mean, you had presenters, and you had, it was such a participatory day, a really participatory day. So the opportunity for so many voices. And I just really want to, you know, Jeanette and Amy, and, you know, I know it took a lot of people to put this together, but this is a model. This is a model conference day. I'm glad that I participated.
Thank you for being here as well. We are very grateful that you're here with us.
I'm happy to be.
Your hand is up, Sahi?
Yes, Steve has had his hand up. Steve, do you still want to share with?
I thought we were going to be going through the notes of our breakout room, but I can process these notes a little better for Amy and everybody, and Jackie and everybody.
Yeah.
I realize we're kind of wrapping things up now.
Yeah. All the notes, sorry, I didn't say it. All the notes that we on the break rooms, you could email it to us, because it's going to have a basic of we're trying to do like a foundation of how to go to labor management meeting, just basic things to inform CLTs and other titles, and we could build on that because it's enormous, a lot of information to talk about. So, so the question was, you know, one thing that you learned today. So Sahid, you could share now if you like.
Yes, in my breakout room, it was not everyone was a CLT, and it was put out in front of us that we are a small group, diverse. We do all different kind of works at CUNY, and even our union colleagues sometimes don't know who CLTs are and what we do. And we have, we support all kind of educational and research work at the CUNY. So our job really is to introduce ourselves as a group to not just the PSC CUNY members, faculties, and HEOs, but after we've done that, we should be CUNY-wide. We have to tell the administrators, the deans, and that CLTs are an important part of the CUNY education process. So that's what I learned, that we have to introduce ourselves to keep on doing it.
Thank you, Sahid. And before I forget, I just want to thank all the officers. Thank you, Sharon, for being here as well. All the chapter chairs, all the HEOs, faculty, all the officers, and of course our CLTs and part-timers. It was great all day. And I'm gonna leave you with one more question. So the next question, who is ready to take the next level for professionalism, dignity, and respect? So we all gonna like, just has Sharon and Andrea and all the officers and the members that go out there and do rally. This is a rally. We're gonna change together in unity together. You know, this is really important. And like I said before, it is really important for us to gather all the information that we need, whether it's contract, government's plan, everything that we need. So that way we could present it to our EC and our PSC to give them, it's like giving them wood in the fire, give them what they need so we could push and help them to push as well in bargaining table. And we know not everything's going to be all clear and easy. We already know that it's not as easy what we might think. And Jackie could identify for that, and Sharon that is here, and other officers that are here as well. But I do believe that it is time for a change, and it's time for us to be more united. And I'm very grateful that all of you stayed to this long with us. Sabi, you want to go ahead? Sorry, unmute yourself.
I thought you were asking the question, who's in for taking it to the next level? I thought we were.
Yeah, go ahead. You're gonna take it to the next level. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone want to share? I'm sorry, I'm so excited.
Oh, if the CLTs are united. Oh, it started raining. If the CLTs are united and strong, you know what that does to the union. The union will be strong. Next time they say, can you all come in because we need help with a rally or some kind of march and action, union action, we can be in the front. We can be up front because we are united and we are prepared.
Yes.
I think that and I say the same thing about the anti-racism committee. If there's a PSC anti-bullying committee functioning at the central level, I think we need to hear about it at the delegate assemblies. We need reports. Even if it's a short written report, you need to have a column in the Clarion. Because you need to get the word out. You need to have your voices heard, and I hope that there's a functioning committee. I don't know, but one of the things I'm hoping that this new leadership is going to do is have reports from the work on the ground at our delegate assembly meetings. Not all of you are delegates, but we should hear from the work that's going on the ground. And a big part of that is anti-bullying initiative, the anti-racism initiatives. I feel I don't hear enough about what's the challenges, but also maybe the successes.
Thank you, Anne. Pedro, your hand is up. And then it's Amy.
When it comes to anti-bullying, I don't know if anybody would agree. I personally think that the chairs should be trained in handling bullying in their department. Okay, they're not trained right now because a lot of the bullying takes place in individual departments, and the leader of that department is the chairperson of that department. And being a good leader means you can handle this. If it means training them in how to handle situations like that, that's what it should do. You know, they should have little conferences with everybody in the department to discuss it, to make sure everybody's on the right thing. So I believe the training of the chairs is one of the biggest issue in order to handle bullying within our union itself. Since the chairs are still members of our union, even though CUNY tried to make them not members of the union while they're chairs, they are still members of the union, and they should be trained on how to handling and recognize bullying that's taking place.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I believe that should be part of our discussion to make sure that the chairs are quite well aware and are trained to handle situations like this.
Thank you, Pedro. I'm Amy and then Steve.
Thank you, Anne and Pedro, on the anti-bullying committee, because we did ask for an agenda item at the June 10th DA meeting for a report from the anti-bullying committee. Hopefully with the officers' permission and approval, that report you will see on the agenda. And if not, then the delegates will have to support our other delegates in making the motion for it to be there. But right? So there are a number of us on that committee here, like Sharon Persinger, Clara, Lizette, Jeanette, myself. We will take all of this feedback back to the committee, and we were very much, the proposals that we're going to put forth, and you'll see them on Thursday next week, have to do with the proposal for community agreements, as well as an advocacy proposal, really emphasizing the need for membership education, workshops, bystander training, working at the local level with chapter chairs across different titles, and also to provide support for our members who are being bullied, those who witness bullying. Also, what are the mechanisms for reporting, and how can we change the culture within our union and within CUNY? So that's all very important, but you'll hear more about it next week at the DA when we have a full report. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Steve?
I just wanted to, for clarification, because I was at the health and safety meeting, not the bullying meeting. Are we talking mainly about the bullying issue that we're having between, say, faculty and CLT? Or are we talking about an overall bullying issue due to the current political environment and civility issues that we're having across society? Because that goes back, and I was thinking about what Pedro was saying about training and training our department chairs, but then shouldn't we have training across the board for all of our faculty and staff about this issue? It's really intense on our campuses, even before the sorry, been a long day. Before the pandemic, as Orit says, it's a downpour happening here on Staten Island right now. I'm feeling it by me on the North Shore as well. I know that the climate at my campus, because of the split in political beliefs between North and South Shore of Staten Island, between the students coming from other boroughs and the students who are entrenched in this borough, forgotten borough mentality. There's always an issue of civility between students and faculty, between faculty and CLTs, between faculty and other staff. So I just wanted to see if it would be more of helpful to us, the same way we have to go through violence prevention, the same way we have to go through unwanted sexual harassment training. If bullying is something that we should be looking at training across the board for everybody.
Absolutely, Steve. We're looking at everything as a whole. We've taken a step back to look at the entire big picture. And obviously, we can't tackle everything at once. You know, we have to prioritize and also, work what we can, where we can, and those who are willing. And this is why working at the local level is so very important, and building the cross-title solidarity and working with the spirit of unity. Everything boils down to dignity and respect, regardless of whether we're talking about a student-to-student relationship, student to CLT, faculty to CLT, administrative to CLT. Everything is about dignity and respect. And we all have a role to play in changing the culture. The culture that is at CUNY right now, some people may characterize it as toxic due to what they're experiencing, and it may have actually gotten worse through the remote work environment. For some people, they had no problems at CUNY. Everything is beautiful, rainbows and roses. But we really want to be able to provide support to those who are being targeted, those who have witnessed it, and actually build a different type of community at CUNY. And that's what our goal is. And Clara, if she would like to say more, she's also on the committee. She's been chairing a lot of the committee meetings.
What I just think is that we should really continue our fight, not to be passive, and to speak up, to be upstanders. When you see something, you should be able to say something and find some way to say it. And then we know we're moving forward.
Thank you, Clara. So all your reports from the break rooms, email it to us and we'll put it all together. And Amy is going to be sending out some, I think some of the PowerPoints. Somebody asked for PowerPoints. So we'll take care of that for you guys, okay? It is raining in the Bronx. Pretty hard, Steve.
Hard everywhere.
Yeah, it got really dark outside.
Brooklyn too.
Uh-oh, I just heard it going boom.
My
So
lights, I don't know if you noticed, my lights flickered.
keep away from the windows.
Yeah, thunder and lightning.
Yeah, there is. Oh, and Sharon said in Westchester too. Westchester. Thank you all again for being here. Hi, Lisa.
Thank you, organizers and everyone.
Thank you all for
Union
participating.
brothers and
It was
sisters.
great.
Nice to see
Thank
you.
all the faculty that
Thank
showed
you
up.
all.
This
was awesome.
Great. Showed up.
CLT. Thank you, Amy. Sharif, thank you, and Clara for presentation. Thank you for the break rooms. For everyone that has been here, thank you so much.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Great event, guys. Have a good one.
Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful
Yay.
weekend.
Thanks,
Be
everybody.
well and stay
You
safe.
too. Thank you, you too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.